Excellent. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a great holiday break and that staff got to enjoy some time off. And also congratulations to colleagues who became mayors and vice mayors of their town over December since we last met. And welcome to Stephanie Hellman, who I believe is the Fairfax alternate as well. All right. Jessica, if we could do the roll call, that would be great.
Contra Costa County.
Here.
Thank you. Concord.
I'm here.
Walnut Creek.
Here.
San Rafael. South Cerrito. Pinole. Mill Valley.
Here.
Larkspur.
Here.
Corte Madera. Fairfax. Thank you. And just a note that Director Murphy will be here late, 12:30. Oh, Belvedere.
Present.
I did click on you. I didn't call you. Thank you. Quorum established.
Excellent. Thank you, Clerk. Next item, board announcements. We'll start in Concord. Are there any members of the board wishing to make announcements?
Seeing none in Concord.
Great. How about in San Rafael? Seeing none in San Rafael, we will move on to public open time for items not on the agenda. Please line up if you have public comments. We'll start in San Rafael. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Bob, when you're ready.
So I'm Robert Miller, Marin Conservation League, and my comment is on the optional briefings for executive committee members that took place prior to this meeting and on possible future briefings going forward. Marin Conservation League is all for more executive committee and board member education and discussion of issues. And we're all for education and discussion that it should include the public. It looks like MCE specifically designed these optional briefings in a way that excludes the public. So the public cannot hear or respond to how MCE framed its arguments in the briefing, questions that board members asked, and the ensuing discussion. And for that matter, neither can anyone not at the meeting if it's not recorded and reported on. It's also something that fragments the board. So one meeting with one group of members may discuss issues relevant for a larger discussion, but that larger discussion may not happen. And we want everyone to have the same information, board members and the public alike. So these meetings should be open to the public, noticed and recorded, and reported on to the full committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other San Rafael members of the public wish to provide comment? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to Concord. Any members of the public in Concord wish to speak?
There are no members of the public here in Concord.
Thank you. How about on Zoom?
We have a member of the public, Jody Timms.
Great. Jody, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to make two quick comments. One, personally, I'm still bothered somewhat by the use of the size of the agency for roll call. If that's also going to continue for other votes, I share the concerns that have been expressed in previous meetings about it being done in that way. So I wanted to bring that back up. And I also agree with and have the same concerns that the MCL mentioned about these pre-meeting briefs. Are they following the Brown Act? And if so, the public should be able to listen in. So thank you very much. I also have some comments later about the board agenda, but I'm assuming the consent calendar will consider public comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Jody. And yes, we do take public comment on consent. All right. Any other members of the public on Zoom?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right, we'll conclude public comment and we'll turn to item number 4, a report from our CEO.
Chair,
Yes, Director Darling?
Director Nakamura wanted to respond to one of the public comments.
Okay, go ahead, Director Nakamura.
Yeah, hi. I did participate in one of the sessions this morning before the meeting, and similar to how we operate in Concord on the council, each of the council members has an opportunity to have conversations with staff ahead of meetings to ask any clarifying questions, and that is what I see those sessions that we are invited to participate in as simply that, being able to have an opportunity to ask staff where it's a dedicated time. When staff is going to be available, a dedicated time where you can pop in, ask some questions about the agenda, and that's simply it. It is not for bigger discussions, but it's about clarifying questions. And so I do appreciate that staff is making themselves available in that format, and I'd like to see others take advantage of it as well. Thank you. And I do, if there's any Brown Act considerations, I'm sure that our legal team has already identified what those are, and we will be watching out for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And the next item's a report from our CEO. And Don, if you would like to include in your comments also how many people participated in those, just to clarify if there was any concern about a majority. I think staff was very careful about making sure that wasn't the case. But
absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'll start with that since it just came up. We did set up 2 pre-meeting briefings for any executive committee members to sign up for and participate in prior to the meeting today. This is something that was requested by a couple of board members late last year as a way to help streamline our meetings. That they were getting into some pretty long meetings, and it was seen as a way to help bring issues up in advance to make sure that staff is bringing all relevant information to the meetings. We did look at Brown Act implications and were careful to ensure RSVPs in advance so that we wouldn't have a quorum of any committee or the board. We didn't have a lot of interest in the meetings, it turns out, so they may become a thing of the past. We actually only had 1 board member interested in participating. So we'd love to get input from the board and the public on any next steps if we want to continue these. We do have them set up for the board meeting coming up in January, and I see some benefits in allowing issues to provide more opportunity for detail and questions, and allow our board meetings to be a bit more streamlined. I also think it probably would be feasible to include members of the public in these meetings too. There's nothing non-public being discussed, so we're happy to look into that. So thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. But now just to jump into my report, I wanted to start off by just saying that I hope you all had a peaceful and restorative holiday season with loved ones. As we begin 2026, I want to express my appreciation for the dedication, time, and energy that you all are bringing to your role as elected representatives and as stewards of MCE's mission. The MCE board faces several pivotal decisions early this year, including rate setting, integrated resource planning, and budget development. The MCE staff is here to support you in that work, and our role is to provide accurate, transparent analysis and implementation of board policy, which is your purview to set. Due to the many cases of misinformation circulating about MCE in recent months, we will be pausing as needed throughout this meeting to correct any misinformation that that may come up with facts. And we realize this might slow the meeting down, but I'm sure that you are all aligned in wanting to make sure that our meeting participants come away with accurate information at the end of the meeting. So to help avoid misinformation and to help streamline questions during meetings, we offer these pre-meeting briefings that we just talked about. And just as a reminder, the goal is to address any issues and questions in advance and allow us to streamline our meetings. With all that said, I'd like to address several topics relating to questions or comments or misinformation that's come up in recent meetings. To start with, at our December Executive Committee meeting, there was a serious inaccurate allegation made alleging a hot mic conversation occurred between two MCE staff regarding removal of board members from committees. I just want to clarify that it's the board who determines membership in committees, not staff. And the conversation captured on video and audio was between two board members at the Marin location. And I'd just like to remind our ExCom members to fact check statements in advance of public meetings to avoid misleading our customer base, our public, and the local media. On financial matters, I wanted to clarify some things that have come up in recent months. MCE is financed by the revenues received from our customers based on the electricity that they consume. As a self-funded, not-for-profit public agency that does not use any tax dollars, we also ensure that any financial benefits directly serve the community. Our unaudited quarterly financial statements are interim updates, which rely on the best available data, including preliminary estimates and accruals pending invoices. While unaudited quarterly statements can be useful for monitoring recent trends, the audited annual financial statements provide the definitive financial results. 3 months are needed to provide accurate data due to time lags inherent in the electricity sector. Settlement data from the California Independent System Operator, or ISO, is for load and generation, and it's typically finalized and billed 70 business days after the trade date. This delay, combined with lags on energy supplier invoices, creates a need for roughly a 3-month window before unaudited financials can be released. Also, MCE purchases most of our power in advance under fixed price agreements, and we must pay for the power regardless of customer usage. For that reason, lower sales do not translate into lower energy costs. If MCE were to reduce power supply hedging, short-term savings could occur when sales or spot prices are low. But if market prices exceeded projections due to extreme weather events or unusual market dynamics, MCE customers would be exposed to extremely high real-time prices for all unhedged loads. That's why we follow our hedging approach that was approved by your board. As far as financial results, I want to clarify that MCE produced a net gain of $13 million in fiscal year 2024-25, not a net loss. This net gain occurred despite a surge in energy costs in 2024 that was discussed with the board and your executive committee at multiple points before, during, and after the surge, including during the budget setting process last year and multiple mid-year updates, including the mid-year pro forma update, similar to the process we followed this year for the current fiscal year. And then looking backwards, our fiscal year 2023-24 results were a net gain of $159 million. The 2022-23 results were a net gain of $41 million. And lastly, just a reminder that MCE financials undergo an annual third-party professional audit Results are always publicly available and posted on the website. Q2 financials for the current fiscal year will be released next week, and they're trending below budget. So we look forward to discussing them in the coming weeks. You will notice lower than projected sales revenue, and this is due to mild summer weather. This July was actually our mildest on record for MCE since we launched. You'll also see a decrease in the cost of power. As we've discussed in multiple meetings in 2024 and 25, renewable energy costs reached an all-time high in 2024, and costs have been falling since that time. As we layer in contracts over time, the impact of the lower costs are having more of an impact each quarter. And you'll see that reflected in the results that come out next week. There was also a question at our last board meeting about credit ratings. So I wanted to clarify that MCE is currently rated A by S&P, A- by Fitch, and A3 by Moody's. And then moving on to contract approval, because there have been questions about how we sign contracts, most recently in our November board meeting, this was raised. I will recap the procurement process and the delegated authority for MCE so that we're all on the same page. Unlike our private counterparts, we are a public entity required by the Brown Act to make public all information presented to our board and our standing committees. Unlike our private competitors, we are not able to conduct private meetings with the board or standing committees to discuss market-sensitive information. And because we're a market participant in a competitive market, MCE's board has set policy to balance the goals of transparency, board oversight, and protecting ratepayers by consulting with the board and standing committees on broad policy goals and objectives, while delegating to staff authority to implement broad board direction through negotiation and execution of specific contract terms. As is common in the energy sector, procurement is done through long and short-term agreements, laddered over time. Some short-term agreements are entered into with a quick turnaround. Prices, in some cases, are only held for a few hours and have to be executed on the same day. Resolution 2020-04 directs the CEO to execute short-term contracts of 1 year or less, and TechCom chair with the CEO for contracts between 1 and 5 years, if they're consistent with a board-approved resource plan and budget. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking.
Also, Director Hellman, this, yeah, just so contract costs.
And are folks in Concord able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, just making sure. So this procurement follows MCE's board and TechCom approved IRP, Integrated Resource Plan, and also our risk management policy, particularly sections 6.2 and 6.3. Consultation has occurred through annual updates at the beginning of each year from the CEO to the technical committee regarding the types of products MCE will be soliciting for and securing, including the need for hedges, resource adequacy, and short-term renewable energy to fill any needed shortfall in planned or delivered volumes. Specific short-term contracts do not go to the committee, and this is to protect MCE's position in the market and to allow market engagement with quick timeframes, and this is aligned with industry norms. TechCom's detailed consultation occurs through the development and approval of the Operational Integrated Resource Plan, which was last approved in 2021 and sets important direction for MCE staff to follow in negotiating and executing contracts, which all comply with the plan. We will begin updating the IRP in the next 3 months. It is a bit overdue due to some CPUC delays in releasing the templates and the guidance that we're required to follow. There have been a small number of instances where the technical committee chair has been unavailable to execute agreements that have been previously consulted with the TechCom as I just outlined. And the board chair has graciously stepped in to sign in his place and prevent MCE from losing the deal in the market. Also, as required under Resolution 2020-04, all executed agreements between 1 and 5 years or less than 5 years are reported to the board as part of our consent calendar in the regular board meetings. And then next, on the topic of generation rates, I want to clarify that MCE's generation rates fall squarely in the middle across all 24 CCAs and the 3 investor-owned utilities. The largest factors impacting MCE customer bills are PG&E charges, such as the PCIA fees, which we'll hear more about today, and have been higher for MCE than most other providers. On the topic of energy delivery, I want to remind folks that MCE buys energy that goes into the grid. We do not have a separate line going from each of our renewable resources to individual homes. We utilize the grid because it's much more efficient than building a separate infrastructure. MCE customers receive their electricity from the grid. The flow of individual electrons cannot be controlled or tracked on the grid. That is why energy providers within the CAISO forecast customer usage and schedule load into the grid to align load and generation, meeting state regulatory standards and CAISO requirements. On the topic of renewable content, MCE's board has set strong policies to build new renewable energy under long-term contracts, with over 48 megawatts of new renewables built in MCE's service area and over 1,000 megawatts of new renewables built statewide to serve MCE's customer needs. While the energy industry is extremely volatile with large swings in annual costs, MCE's board has not wavered in renewable supply purchases and has established a rate stabilization fund to protect our budget and our customers. And that's why we haven't seen a rate increase since 2023, despite the volatile energy market that we experienced in 24. On the topic of community reinvestment, I want to clarify that the MCE board has approved $400 million in community reinvestment, including $70 million in direct customer cost savings. Over $233 million in grant funding has been awarded to MCE for programs including energy efficiency for affordable housing, electric vehicle chargers for small businesses, battery storage for schools and medical centers, and electrification for water heaters and AC. For more corrections of misinformation, please see the material in your packet on the consent calendar under C2. The next topic I want to cover is the PG&E rate changes, which were released on December 31st and took effect January 1st. When MCE makes any rate changes, we have a more lengthy process that involves public input. PG&E follows a different approach, and that's why the changes were made with such a short turnaround. So as a foundation in covering the MCE rate changes, I just want to remind our executive committee that MCE's mission is to confront the climate crisis by eliminating fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions, producing renewable energy, and creating equitable community benefits. As a reminder, MCE's mission is not to keep costs lower than PG&E because we can't control their rates, and we've known that from the beginning. However, our focus on stable procurement and long-term planning has helped to keep MCE the lower cost option for most of our history. Not always. We do tend to be the least expensive option, but we don't guarantee it, and it's not always the case. As we discussed last year at meetings in June, October, and November, PG&E has implemented their planned rate change effective January 1. It included 3 components. First, a decrease in the transmission and distribution rates. Second, a decrease in their generation rate. And third, a significant increase in the power charge indifference adjustment, or PCIA, which is the exit fee that PG&E charges community choice customers to recover its legacy generation costs. The PCIA is a PG&E charge that MCE does not control, and it continues to be a major driver of the bill volatility for community choice customers across California. When you net these 3 components together, the total bill impacts vary by customer type and vintage, which means when I say vintage, I mean the year that their community started service with MCE. For most MCE residential customers, and by that we mean the 2017 vintage, which is the most common, PG&E's rate change will increase total bills by 6% or $12 a month on average as of January 1st. But the impacts will vary depending on usage. So customers that use less energy in a month will see a lower dollar impact, and customers that are in different vintages may see lower or higher impacts. It's important to note that comparisons between MCE and PG&E reflect a snapshot in time because PG&E changes rates multiple times throughout the year. And those changes, particularly to the PCIA, can significantly shift relative bill impacts. We already know that PG&E plans to change rates again in March and September. They've also submitted filings to the CPUC for rate increases in 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030. In response to this rate change, we've worked with CalCCA to file comments highlighting concerns about the magnitude and volatility of the PCIA increase and its growing role in driving customer bills, despite CCAs having no control over these costs. These changes underscore the value of MCE's longstanding focus on rate stability and prudent procurement. MCE has consistently prioritized stable, predictable generation rates, even as market conditions and PG&E charges fluctuate year to year. This stability remains a key benefit for our customers, particularly in periods of regulatory and market volatility. Beyond rate stability, MCE delivers significantly greater renewable energy value, providing about 3 times as much renewable compared to PG&E. MCE is at 69% in our most recent year. PG&E is at 23% in the most recent year. And as a not-for-profit public agency, MCE also delivers value by reinvesting revenue back into our member communities rather than shareholder profits. Since our launch, the board has approved more than $400 million in community reinvestment, including direct customer bill savings, EV and electrification incentives, battery storage for schools and medical centers, and workforce development programs that create local clean energy jobs. Together, these investments strengthen affordability, reliability, equity, and local economic resilience, and they continue to differentiate MCE's value proposition. Looking ahead, staff will bring forward a proposed MCE generation rate reduction at the February board meeting as part of the budget and rate setting process. This will support affordability for customers while continuing to protect MCE's financial health. We'll have more detail to share with the board as part of the budget discussions, but at a high level, our goal continues to be to deliver competitive, stable rates, manage risk responsibly, and continue providing value with renewable energy and equitable community benefits. One quick positive update I wanted to provide is that Caltrans has opted several Bay Area bridge accounts into our Deep Green service as of this month. This helps them move towards the state's 100% renewable requirement under SB 1020. And they intentionally started with bridges because they are so visible and widely used. Next, I wanted to make a comment on agenda items. There was some confusion last month about how to request agenda items. So I just wanted to remind the executive committee that setting the board agenda is part of your scope. In addition, there are 2 places on every meeting agenda to request an item: at the beginning under board announcements and at the end under board and staff announcements. The proposed board agendas go to the executive committee for review and approval every month. And the chair and vice chair in some cases may make adjustments for timing and emergency items that may come up after XCOM. And then wrapping up here, I just wanted to remind folks about some upcoming board and committee meetings. We have a lot scheduled in January and February, and we will start off by holding our regular January board meeting, as we did last year, in a single location. That will be held on January 15th, and it will be in our Concord location. You board members are welcome to participate remotely as long as you provide your remote location to us in advance of our packet going out. So that's 10 days before the meeting date is when we need your remote location if you plan to participate remotely. The sooner the better. If you are planning to participate remotely and know your address, please give it to us as soon as possible so that we can make sure we include it on the board agenda. And then we'll be holding a series of budget workshops. This is similar to the pre-meeting briefings, but will be a lot more in-depth and will be held in person with remote participation available following the same protocol. You need to provide your remote address in advance so we can include it on the agenda. Budget workshop number 1 is scheduled for January 28th from 10 to 2. It will be held in the San Rafael location. That means we will not be hosting a Concord location. But if you need to participate from somewhere other than the San Rafael office, please do give us your address, and that will be added to the agenda. Budget workshop number 2 is scheduled for February 11th from 10 to 2, and that one will be held in Concord. Meaning we will not host here in San Rafael, but folks are welcome to participate remotely if they provide their location in advance. And I should also add that the meeting location needs to be publicly accessible. And of course, you'll need to post the agenda on the door of your remote location if you plan to participate remotely. That means at any time during the meeting, you have to be able to hear someone knocking on the door, make sure you can let in members of the public if you're going to attend remotely in any of those meetings. So just to wrap up here, as we take on the challenges ahead, including the evolving CPUC and PG&E rate dynamics and our ongoing partnership with CalCCA to protect customer interests, I just want to ask that we continue to assume positive intent in our interactions with each other and remain focused on what unites us, advancing clean, reliable, and affordable energy for the communities we serve. MCE was founded on the belief that local leadership can make a tangible difference, that communities, when empowered, can chart their own energy future. I believe that MCE can serve as a model for effective, respectful local governance if we lean into our shared strengths and move forward together. Thank you for your partnership, your service, and your commitment to the mission we share. I'm looking forward to working alongside each of you as we enter MCE's 16th year, a year I'm confident can mark a new chapter of collaboration and forward momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, for the CEO report. Turn to Concord to see if there's any board comments or questions. Yeah, Justine, did you have?
Sorry, I just did have one point of clarity. So the Brown Act does distinguish between teleconferencing and remote, and we tend to use remote for our meetings. So, but we can accommodate teleconferencing locations within 10 days advance notice. The remote locations require a just cause. I'm sure our council can go into that much deeper, but I just wanted to note since the Brown Act makes that distinction.
Understood, and thanks for the clarification. Any questions for our CEO or comments from Concord? We can combine questions and comments.
Yes, Chair Perry, this is Director Supervisor Scales Preston, and just want to thank Dawn for her update. I think it was really helpful to provide the background on different questions or information or statements that we have heard throughout our board meetings in 2025. And just looking at the packet on the consent calendar with the information to the update to the Miranda IJ, as well as to the misleading statements, facts, statements and the facts. I think that's really helpful as well. And I know I done had several board members reach out to me just asking questions and just trying to get information, and some of those things are on that list. I think it would be helpful if we were able to send that information out to the full board so that they can have a chance to look at it and read it over as well. I think it would be helpful just answering some of their questions or things that they have heard at some of the meetings. Also, in terms of the new optional briefings for committee members and our directors coming up soon, I think it's really helpful. I know just being on an elected official and serving on the city council, we always had an option to meet with different staff members if we wanted to, or our city managers. And maybe we should call it something different, maybe not a pre-meeting briefing, so it doesn't seem like something that's official, but sometimes you just have questions, and we have a lot of new directors. And so if they have additional questions or deeper dives or heard statements that they just want clarifying or to understand better, maybe just calling them, open office hours or drop-in office hours before the meeting to get those questions. But I'm sure they can also just reach out to yourself, Don, or staff to also ask those questions as well. Don't want anyone thinking that we're trying to violate the Brown Act, but I know sometimes you just have questions that you just want to ask, and you may not want to ask in the public forum because you're just trying to understand what you just heard from a meeting. So I think that's helpful, maybe just renaming it to just open office hours for committee members to drop in or directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Scales Preston. Any other comments in Concord? And I can't
Director
see
Darling?
everyone. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I'm wearing my orange shirt. You should be able to see me. Thank you, Dawn, for the report. I really appreciated it. And I really appreciated the staff taking the allegation about the hot mic very seriously. This morning, many of us also got in our email an allegation from a member of the public on one of the issues that Dawn covered. And the allegation was that it is an improper procurement policy to use the chair of the board if the TechCom chair is not available. And I don't know if we want to address it now because it just came this morning, but we take allegations of like this seriously, and I want to make sure that staff has a chance to look at it and has a chance to consider whether or not this allegation is substantiated and get back to the board. Maybe perhaps in the or in the CEO's next report, she could talk about this one. Because it's a serious allegation if we are procuring energy not following our policies.
Thank you, Director. Catalina Murphy, our General Counsel, has a comment on that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Darling. And yes, we wanted to let the public know and the committee know, we are committed to transparency and really appreciate and welcome these types of reviews from both the public and our board members. And we're currently looking into the contracts in question to see what any next steps that will be necessary to take and ensure that prompt action is taken so that MC's legal and financial positions are not compromised. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Catalina. Any other comments, Director Darling? No. Any other comments from other directors in Concord? All right, seeing none in San Rafael. Director Andre, go ahead.
Thank you for the CEO report, Dawn. So I am there were a number of things that I jotted down. First, the $200 million increase in energy costs and the operating loss in fiscal 2025. I think that in the memo and in your CEO comments, there was reference to a net gain, and I believe what you were referencing was a net gain and net position. I think it's important that we are precise about what it is that we're talking about. So the Marin IJ printed comments about an operating loss for fiscal 2025, which is correct. It is in our audited financial statements, but you're pointing to a net gain in our net position, which occurred after investment income. And so typically when we're looking at our financial statements and we're looking at operating income, it's to make sure that our operating revenues will cover our operating expenses. And so what's at issue is whether the $200 million increase in energy costs needed to be spent and whether ratepayers are paying unnecessarily higher rates for our energy than PG&E, but also, versus our peers. And so that's the crux of the issue in terms of talking about the energy costs. And I in the memo, I would have to disagree with Director Scales Preston. I think that, there were a number of inaccuracies in that memo and also potentially, statements that contradicted each other. And so I was going to pull it off consent and recommend that we not circulate that memo until some of some of the factual inaccuracies and contradictory statements could be rectified. Otherwise, I was not going to vote to pass that memo on consent. I do want to address or question our procurement policies. I did bring up in the last board meeting Resolution 2020-04, and my concern is that the technical committee hasn't been properly consulted on the execution of these 1 to 5 year contracts. And I don't believe an annual overview or preview by the CEO once a year is sufficient information to cover authorization for these short-term contracts. I don't believe that's the spirit of Resolution 2020-04, and I think that's why I wanted that topic to be agendized by the board. I think that this topic is very important, and we as a board need to discuss what satisfies the consultation requirement, and also we need to discuss who is authorized to sign off on these documents. So I made 2 requests at the last board meeting. One, I asked for documentation on who was authorizing the short 1 to 5 year contracts and when. And I also asked for the topic to be agendized at a future board meeting. So I am going to, I haven't received any documents, so I am going to reiterate both of those requests, and that we agendize this topic at the next available board meeting, because I do believe that it's an important governance issue to make sure that, we are adhering to our policies and to understand, what constitutes satisfaction of what is stated under Board Resolution 2020-04. I don't think every 4 years where we talk about the integrated resource plan, I don't think that satisfies the intent of, properly authorizing these short-term contracts, these 1 to 5 year contracts. So I think that's a board discussion that we need to have. And I think that, I hear management saying that that you can't show us the terms of these contracts due to the Brown Act and for competitive reasons. But, the board resolution was passed at a time when those 2 factors were known. We know that we're under, we are subject to the Brown Act. We also know that we have competitive, we are open to competitive pressures. And so yet the board passed that resolution. And so it's what was the board's intent and what do we as a board feel is necessary information for the technical committee in order to sign off and authorize these contracts. I'm going to suggest that, the board through the technical committee can implement and institute parameters for staff. For instance, even if we can't see what the actual pricing is on these contracts, we should be able to say, it should not deviate between X% of market pricing. And if it does, if these contracts do, then you need to come back to the board for approval. But there needs to be parameters that are implemented so that the board can exercise proper oversight into what is happening with these 1 to 5 year contracts. I am also, as Director Darling pointed out, I think it's problematic and improper for the board chair, who is not specifically named in Resolution 2020-04, to be authorizing these contracts, that the board chair is doing so. And so I think that's also an issue that the board, on the basis of governance, we need to address and remedy immediately on behalf of the ratepayers. So I am going to, request that we agendize that topic at the next available board meeting. And lastly, I want to talk about rates, because this is why we're all here on behalf of the ratepayers. We wouldn't be fulfilling our fiduciary duty if we weren't trying to ensure that, our rates were as competitive as possible with PG&E. And while our mission isn't to have rates that are lower than PG&E, we need to be competitive. Otherwise, we will start to lose customers. And we need to question why many of our peers are able to provide all-in costs that are lower than the investor-owned utility, and that we, our all-in costs are above. And so I think that this is a very important topic. I understand that it's coming to the board in February. But this is, the fact that our mission is to provide clean, renewable energy. All the other CCAs have the exact same mission. And we need to make sure that we are being stewards of the resources at MCE, and that we are providing our ratepayers with competitive rates versus PG&E. Otherwise, I do think that we are going to start to lose customers, and that would be detrimental to MCE. Great, thank you.
Chair Perry, could I
Yes.
clarify something? I think Director Andre took my comment about asking staff to report back as me accepting the allegation that it is inappropriate for the board chair to act in lieu of the TechCom chair. What I asked was, just as we had the allegation that there was a hot mic incident, I asked staff to go back and look at the information and provide us data. I'm not going to come into this meeting and say, oh, based on one letter, I think we did something wrong. I want to know the facts behind it.
Thank you for the clarification.
And Chair,
Yep.
Mary, if I may, as I noted at the beginning, I am aiming to pause throughout the meeting when we do have statements made that aren't accurate. There's a couple that I want to correct. I also wanted to respond to some of the suggestions that came up from Director Andre, if it's okay for me to jump in and do that now. Yeah. First of all, I really appreciate all of your engagement and your interest in making sure that we're doing the very best we can as an agency. I think we're very aligned and really share your goal of achieving our mission in the most cost-effective way possible, and also our goal of adhering to board policy. So just going back to the first thing you raised regarding the $200 million, the claim about there being a $200 million operating loss in our last fiscal year. Okay, that's a claim.
I said a $200 million energy increase in our energy costs, not an operating loss.
Okay, so just want to clarify that MCE had a net gain of $13 million in our last fiscal year, despite the cost of energy going up $200 million. And as a reminder, a $100 million increase in energy costs was baked into our budget for the 2024-25 fiscal year because we anticipated costs going up. And as you may recall from the many meetings and the board retreat and the pro forma updates that were provided, we tracked the trends along the way. And so there wasn't a surprise at the end of the year. It was something that we were tracking along the way. And the rising energy costs that were presented prior to budget setting and during the mid-year budget updates and in the final audited financial reports are not in question. I think there's a lot of clarity around that. So I just want to make sure the public is aware and that anyone listening in is aware that they can look at that information by going to our website and looking at our audited financial statements. I wanted to offer on the second issue where you're talking about the way that we approve contracts. I just want to reemphasize that I really share your goal of adhering to board policy. And I think you raised a useful question to keep in mind. What was the board's intent when they set that policy 2020-04? It could be useful to go back and talk to some of the board members that were involved in setting that policy. I know that it might be a slight disadvantage that you weren't here at the time to remember, but we do have board members that have been around since 2020 that could weigh in on that. But take it a step further, I think the board is always able to revisit policies that have been set, and there could be some improvements that you'd like to suggest either at the technical committee level or at the board level. And I know our staff would be happy to meet with you at any time to flesh out any ideas that you have. But even more importantly, this would be a conversation to bring to your colleagues to see if there are changes or clarifications that you think should be made in that resolution. It does get updated from time to time based on new things that happen in the market or new interests or areas of clarification that the board might identify. So I just want to invite you to do that. Board policy doesn't have to be static, and the way it's being interpreted can always be discussed. We can adjust the way that we're implementing the policy, and happy to talk about it. So I just want to invite you to engage with us on that. Come to one of the board briefings or set up a one-on-one with staff if that would be helpful, or bring it up with your colleagues. The misinformation I just want to correct is two things. I think you said that all CCAs have the exact same mission. I just want to clarify that that's actually not the case. There are 21, I think maybe 22 now CCAs across the state, and they do have different missions. And some of them do have a board directive that ties their rates, pegs their rate to PG&E. So when PG&E rates go up, their rates go up. And when PG&E rates go down, their rates go down. MCE has a different mission and a different practice. And we're not alone. There are, I would say the majority of CCAs do rate setting that is based on cost of service because the view of CCAs with that mindset is that we need to account for costs based on the best that we can do in the market. And artificially tying our rates to PG&E can create a financial mismatch between our revenue requirements to cover power supply and the actual revenue coming in from customers. I'm sure you can understand that. So our mission does not include guaranteeing that we stay lower than PG&E with our rates. Although we do tend to be the cheaper option overall most of the time, there have been quite a few periods in the past where MCE has been the more expensive option. During those times, we haven't seen an exodus of customers. We've heard from customers that they really appreciate MCE's rate stability and our value proposition. But that's tied to our mission, and that does differ from one CCA to another. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Perry?
We have a couple more questions in San Rafael, I think, and then if Concord has a couple more comments, that's fine. Director Wilkinson?
Thank you. Firstly wanted to thank Catalina for taking this issue of internal controls very seriously in relation to these contracts, which appear to have been authorized by somebody who isn't authorized to allow execution of those contracts in some cases. I want to be exact here. And so I do think, as a board, when this has been raised to our attention and put in a public document, we do have to agendize that and have a serious audit of those contracts to make sure if some haven't been appropriately authorized, how do we deal with that? What is the risk around that? And that should be brought back to the board. And so I agree that this should be an agendized item. And if it requires a revision to the policy because the policy isn't working practically because it isn't possible to reach the technical committee chair, then there should be a revision to the policy. But this is an internal control violation, and so we need to take it seriously as a board and we need to correct it. And so
I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to pause us right there because I don't want to lose sight of the comment.
Okay.
I think what I just heard was that this is an internal controls violation, and I just want to correct that has not yet been determined, has not been determined. And I want to caution us to not get ahead of the facts and allow time to look into the issue, which is what I heard our general counsel say and other board members say. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves there. Thank you.
I accept that. That's fair. Let's see what this report comes back as. But reading 2020-04, it seems pretty straightforward. So the only thing I would say in the meantime, just in terms of safety, is it's obviously very important that our chair does not approve any contracts 1 to 5 year going forward until this has been resolved, because we're all on notice right now that we might not be in accordance with our policies. And so I think we need to take that very seriously. The second comment I wanted to make was around the budget, because obviously this is a very difficult period potentially for CCAs because of actions by PG&E. And I'd certainly like to see, as part of the budget and rate setting process, options provided to the board rather than just one recommendation. And because I think we do have different levers here. We have our rates, we have our reserves, and we have our energy costs. And those three are the factors that are going to play into what decisions the board makes. And I think we have a difficult period ahead. Potentially other CCAs are projecting significant depletion of their reserves in the coming few years. And so we need to see how we balance all the different factors, including our mission and whether the mission is correct in relation to the environment we're currently going into. So I would just encourage that management bring a range of options in relation to those three levers so that the board can strategically decide how we move forward in this very difficult period. Thank you.
And if I could respond to that, I really appreciate the suggestion and the draft that we've been circulating internally for rate reductions does include a number of options. So we'll certainly be able to do that. I think that's really important. I also would love any input that the executive committee members have on our plans for the cadence of how we introduce the different elements that will be going into the budget. Maida and I were just discussing this morning the right timing of bringing everything to the board and to the various committees. The rate reduction projection, we want to bring that to the board in February. And that will allow us to have a kind of a definitive data to plug into the budget when it goes to the board for approval in March. But we also want to make sure that the board has a couple of bites at the apple and is involved along the way, not just at the tail end. So as we pull together the big pieces of the budget, what we were brainstorming this morning was that similar to what we did last year, in February, we would not only bring the rate reduction options to the board, but we would also bring a couple of the key drivers in the budget, like procurement. I know the board is always very interested in staff compensation as well, so we could bring that on the early side as well. And then it would be March when we would kind of blend everything together into the final budget. So interested in any input that you all have. Also, those February board topics would be discussed in the executive committee in February as well. So the first week in February is when you would start to see that information, and we'd be looking for input to make adjustments before we get to that February board meeting. So no need to get into the weeds on it here. I know it's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to make sure folks know there's an open door for input, and you're welcome to come chat with us anytime if you have ideas on how to streamline the process.
Can I just make one additional point, because I think that all sounds correct. A longer term view, I think, with all of this uncertainty is going to be important, not just a 1 year projection, but going out further, because you do have some data already on rates going beyond the next fiscal year. And so we need to know if we're depleting reserves, what does that look like on a trend basis?
Yeah, that's such a good point. And I'm glad you brought it up, because I should have mentioned that our pro forma model does go out multiple years. And the things that it's good at keeping track of are, well, it can track where forward prices are now for, going out into 5-7 years. That's always subject to change. I think the biggest piece of uncertainty that we can't predict is what regulatory impacts might come up in the time between when we set our budget and when the end of the year rolls around. But I think we will have a lot of information that is being fed into our rate reduction proposals. We want to make sure that we don't reduce rates to a point where we then have to raise them again right away the next year. We want to suggest a reduction level to the board that we anticipate being able to sustain over many years.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you. Director Hellman, do you have any questions or comments? Thank you. I think Director Scales-Preston, did you have another comment or question? Thanks for your patience.
Yes, thank you, Chair Perry. Yes, I just wanted to, circle back on with regards to the fact or fiction sheet that's in our packet. I know I appreciate Director Andre sharing that she didn't think that some of the information was factual information. And so I think it's important, because we have so many new board members, that we do have information that's fact and statements that they have heard, they can understand the explanation behind them. And I was just curious, Director Andres, if you can share, as I'm just looking at the statement here or the sheet here, it's a 2-page sheet in the back of our packet, which ones that you thought was not correct information so that staff can update that information since it was brought up.
Yes, I have several comments, and it might be better if I just redline the memo if people want to hear my thoughts on.
I would like to hear your thoughts, and I think we should just pull it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to recommend to the chair that we pause this conversation until we get to that item and pull it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Any other comments, final comments in Concord? Director Scales, Preston, did you have anything else?
Yeah, and just final comments. I think, it's important that we all just be transparent. I think it's just helpful for all of us. And then just thinking about policies. I mean, we constantly, through all of our meetings and committees that we're on, we're constantly looking at policies. And I think that's something that we can look at here in the new year, looking at our policies for TechCom and XCOM and the full board. As well as this government assessment to help us, make changes to our policies. With having so many new board members, you have different expertise, people come from different backgrounds, and I just welcome the opportunity to review our policies to see how we can update them to make sure that everyone feels like we're all being transparent on the same page and make sure we're meeting the needs of the agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Just a couple of comments. One, I think, oftentimes we mix our lanes here at the Executive Committee because we have the board chair and the board vice chair and the TechCom chair and the TechCom vice chair who serve on Executive Committee. But Catalina, maybe in your analysis and in staff's analysis of the allegations on the internal control violation, the potential of that, if you can look at where would that discussion best take place? Is that at the board level? Is that here at Executive Committee? Or is that at TechCom? Because I think we have a lot this year for Executive Committee. I won't be chair after next meeting, but just want to make sure that we're having that conversation in the right place and that we do take it seriously, we address it, but that we're having the conversation in the right space. In the interest of time, I'll keep my comments on the other pieces for a later date. Thank you, Don, for the report. Thank you, everyone, for engaging on all of those topics. We'll move on to consent calendar. I heard a request. We have members of the public. Do members of the public in San Rafael wish to comment on the CEO report? You have 3 minutes.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alicia Minion, and you've met me before. We've driven here from Solano County, and you have my attention, starting with the lithium-ion battery project that you unfortunately entered into a contract for to be placed on 40 acres of our prime agricultural land. And that project really came out of the blue, hit us in left field. So I hear a lot of words about renewable energy today and transparency. And I'm hoping that this agency can actually kind of stay true to its words in that respect. Right now, I don't have any confidence just because of what's happened to our county. So now in listening to the executive director's report, I want to thank you for the report. And I have some questions and comments. Number one, what really struck me was that the agency is operating at a gain. So when you measure, and by the way, I'm a CPA and I'm a certified fraud examiner. When you measure the performance of an agency, you really need to look at your net operating income or loss. In this case, there is a significant loss. And it's extraordinary too, because when you look at the trends of your net operating income or loss, this is really it's a standout year. It's an outlier. So what happened? And so then you look at your management discussion and analysis, and there is some clues in there about the acquisition of Rex. And so that seemed like that was a lot more expensive, whatever the reason, I don't know. But you have to focus on that figure. And unfortunately, it's a loss. It is improper to include investment income of 25 million and netting that number against your investment income. Investment income is separate. That's just the money your investment advisor just happened to make based on his recommendations on your portfolio, which is probably mostly comprised of your reserve. So I think that's really important. I would not think that that's a misrepresentation made by whoever brought that fact up. And then you mentioned too that the rates have stayed the same. I noticed in the on the revenue side of your income statement in 2024 there was a 40 million contra revenue account, and then in 2023 there was a rate stabilization contra account to revenue of 15 million. I'd like to know how that translates to rates and where did that, where did that money come from? Like, I just need more clarity on that, accounting item on the revenue side of your income statement. Number two, this notion of renewable. Lithium-ion battery is not renewable. It's explosive. It doesn't renew. It houses
Your time is up. Please wrap up.
line, which can be natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public? You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
And if I could just make a clarification, just so that we don't lose sight of the comment, just a correction.
Can we do that on all of the comments at the end?
Yeah, up to you.
Just to get through. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Wendy Brecken, and I live in Solano County. My comment was the CEO, who did a good job explaining all the subjects of the issues here, but she mentioned there's benefits to the community from MCE, and so my question is, what benefits have come to Solano County? The Corby project, the Battery Energy Storage project, will create a disadvantaged community. It's already considered disadvantaged because of the air pollution that comes from the freeway and other sources. And this will create an even greater risk to the people living there. We had requested to agendize the Corby project because there's an issue as to whether the violation of the JPA occurred when the Corby project violates the county's general plan. The county's general plan is based on a voter initiative, Measure T, which protects agricultural land. So the Corby project will be built on prime agricultural land as well as state, I can't remember the word, but there's some kind of state name for the agricultural land as well. As Ms. Minion said, lithium ion is highly volatile, and it's in a, I guess, a moderate fire severity area. And the county has, excuse me, lost my train of thought. So I guess what I'm asking is that the Corby project just be agendized for the next board meeting that occurs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments in San Rafael? Yes, Stephen, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. This is a clarification question. When I speak to the folks at PG&E about the PCIA and the charges that have been increased, they said something that clashes with what Dawn presented previously, so I'm hoping that you can clarify that. They said that their increase, which will be a little shy of 16% on their portion of the bill, is due to both an increase in delivery rates and PCIA. According to the different vintages, the PCIA, which is only 2.7% of the bill as of the October 1st rate comparison charts, it will triple. But so even if that goes up to 6 or 7%, that's not 16%. And they're saying that the rest of it is an increase in delivery rates, which affects both CCAs and non-CCA customers. So Dawn said previously that their delivery costs are going down and only PCIA is going up. So in the interests of being clear and not having misinformation, I would hope that maybe you could clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments in San Rafael? All right, seeing none. Any public comments on Zoom? I'm assuming there's still no
raised hands online.
no members of the public in Concord.
No members of the public in Concord have comment at this time.
All right, inviting Dawn, if you'd like to respond to any of the questions and comments in public comment.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to confirm that the discussion about the Corby battery project is on the draft agenda for the board meeting on January 15th. This issue came up in public comment at our very last board meeting, and we agree and the board and the executive committee definitely wants to include it on the agenda, and that's why it is there. So we'll be able to talk about it at that meeting. There was a comment made that based on audit review of the audit that MCE acquires RECs. And I want to make sure it's clear to all of our participants and listeners here that REC stands for Renewable Energy Credit. And it is a component of all energy that we buy. MCE doesn't purchase unbundled RECs. And there's a really important distinction here. I think that often in public discourse, the term REC is used interchangeably with the term unbundled REC. And in the industry, there's a very big difference. MCE does not purchase unbundled RECs. We purchase bundled renewable energy. And in order to verify and validate that that energy is delivered to us, the REC is transferred to us in addition to the underlying energy. So I just want to make sure that all listeners understand that distinction, and that when the term REC is used in our audit documents and our other technical documents about MCE, I just want to make sure folks aren't assuming that the use of the word REC is equivalent to unbundled REC. In the case of MCE, the RECs that we acquire are bundled with the underlying energy. That's true even for our long-term power purchase agreements that we'll be buying 15 years of supply. We get a REC for every megawatt hour that's delivered to us. That's part of what you get for compliance reasons. And then I really appreciate the question about what benefits have gone from MCE to Solano County. Thank you for the question, and I hope that you'll allow us to chat with you offline. I know our director of, or VP of Public Affairs is here, Jared Blanton, and we actually have specific numbers for you on that were just prepared prior to the October board retreat. So would love to chat with you about it, and would also love to hear any ideas you have for the coming year on things that would be a good fit for Solano County as far as benefits going forward. And I think that's all that I've needed to respond to. Thank you.
Donna, I wanted to just, is that okay?
Yeah.
Is it okay, Chair
Go ahead,
Frey,
Jamie.
I add on? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to share a little bit about some of the details for how we've benefited Solano County. I did just take a quick look at some of our numbers, and we've provided almost $2 million to customers in energy efficiency rebates for upgrades to homes and businesses, and about $800,000 in rebates for electric vehicle purchases. So those are just some of the stats we have. We've also helped provide rebates to install EV chargers at public parking lots throughout the county as well. And there are lots of others, but I did want to share just a couple of those numbers.
Thank you, Jamie. And not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious, for the interest of the public, does that include the incorporated cities in Solano County as well, or is that just unincorporated?
Yes, so that's Fairfield, Vallejo, Benicia, and unincorporated Solano County.
So the members of MC. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And then, Don,
And Zay, yeah, I wanted to make sure we respond to the question about rates. And Zay is with us to jump in on that one.
Yeah.
And Zay is with us to jump in on that one.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everyone. Zay Perrin, Vice President of Customer Operations. And in respect to the question about rates, I can't speak to the 16% that was mentioned, but I can say that as we're seeing it based on the tariff that is supplied by PG&E, there's a 3% decrease in transmission and delivery that is both for bundled and unbundled customers. So the rest of that difference is through the PCIA, and Vice President Blanton can also help more with that, or we can have a separate discussion if you want to get into more detail on it.
Thank you, Zay. All right. We will close item number 4 and move on to item number 5, the consent calendar. Director Andre, did you want to remove the 2 items still, or?
Chair, before we move forward, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, go ahead, Mayra.
Thank you. So regarding this, the whole operating loss and that and whatnot, I would encourage everyone to take a look at the financial statements on page 4, where it states a 13 million positive net position, and also at page 11, where it shows our 12 million loss on operating loss there. So I encourage everyone to take a look at that to minimize any issues that we might have had with results and numbers and so on. And also remind everyone that we brought to the board that we did have earlier deliveries on a contract that caused some of expenses to shift from one year to another. And that has happened, like, as we informed the board. And this year now we are starting to see a lot of positive results, which are connected to that early deliveries and that early expenses. So I just want to clarify that and make myself available to respond to any of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. For the consent calendar, Director Andre, did you want to remove item C2 and C3? Or?
Yeah, both, please. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on the board wish to remove a consent calendar item? The only remaining one would be the approval of the minutes. All right. Seeing none, clerk, can we have the roll call to approve C1? Is there a motion on this item to approve just C1?
So Mayor Wilkinson.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Director Nakamura in Concord.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Walnut Creek,
Yes.
Pinole,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Abstain.
Belvedere.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. All right. C2, Director Andre, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I would just say that this memo, there appear to be some inaccuracies and also some contradictions and misleading information in management's response. Portions of management's response lack precision and clarity. For instance, the net gain that we just talked about. Others are assertions that contradict the existing body of data that directors and members of the public have provided to the board. And some of management's responses failed to engage with the substantive questions that have been posed either by directors or members of the public. And so I was going to pull this item off of consent to discuss, primarily the authorization of the short-term contracts, the 1 to 5 year contracts, because I found that item to be the most problematic. But it sounds like that was already discussed and covered in the CEO report. I do want to reiterate that I am looking for documentation, please, for how those who authorized and when those contracts were being authorized, and also for us to agendize that item. And, if we want to, per Director Hellman's request, we can go through this memo. I would say.
Sorry, when you refer to the memo, are we talking about the facts and fiction? Is that what we're referring to?
That memo, yeah.
Okay.
It's 8
All
pages.
the comments you just offered, I didn't see in the memo. So could you just identify where, like, for example, the contracts are mentioned and what inaccuracy related to? That would be really helpful for me. And needless to say, I'm new here. So thank you.
Yes. So on the first page of the memo, which is page 8 of the PDF, I don't know if you're looking at the.
I am.
Okay. So the bottom 3 bullets there that talk about generation rates, this is an example where the public has raised questions about our all-in costs in relation to PG&E. And there was an analysis done by the Clean Coalition that shows the differential between our rates and PG&E's rates, and then also did a similar study on the top 10 CCAs. And so that is the analysis that, was brought up by the public. And a lot of this here doesn't really address that analysis. And it really lumps in, the generation rate with the PCIA and the delivery fees. And so I think from a customer's perspective, people care about what's their all-in costs when they're paying for energy, for utility. And so what is the all-in cost on a per kilowatt hour basis that people, are paying, and what is that differential versus the investor-owned utility, which is the entity that we compete directly with. There are assertions in here that, MCE experiences some of the highest delivery charges and PCIA fees in the state. And so I would like to see actually a table of our PCIA fees and delivery charges versus other CCAs. My understanding is, having looked at the joint rate comparisons that PG&E and SoCal Ed and San Diego Electric and some of what these CCAs have published, our PCIA fees are very similar to what the other CCAs are. And so if management has different data or more detailed data or granular data, then I'd like to see that. But if you just pull the joint rate comparisons that are published and you compare the PCIA fees, our fees are right in line with many of our competitors, and so, or many of the other CCAs. So I don't know that that's an accurate statement. With respect to the power, the next section, power procurement and content, we just had a pretty lengthy discussion on this item.
But
So
can I just say, so you said the last 3 bullets of page 8. So as of December 2025, that statement, MCE's rates fall squarely in the middle. Are you disputing the accuracy of that statement?
No, I'm just saying, like, taking.
Yeah, so there's no problem with that statement, or?
Not that one.
Okay.
I would say.
And then the next, because I thought you said the last 3 bullets of page 8.
Right. So what we're trying to what we're trying to address is the fact that our all-in costs, if you compare MCE's all-in costs to PG&E, they're higher. And so, and if you look at other CCAs in comparison, their all-in costs in comparison to their investor-owned utility, of the top 10 CCAs, 8 of them have all-in costs that are lower than the comparable local investor-owned utility.
When you say top 10, what?
Top 10 by size and customers. So.
And where do we fall in?
We're number 4.
Okay.
We're one of the 4 largest. We're 4th or 5th largest.
Okay.
In terms of customer size. So that's the issue, is why are some of these other CCAs able to have, all-in costs to the, provide all-in costs that are to the end user that's lower than their investor-owned utility. And so that's the discussion. And, the fact that our generation rates is that's just one component of the overall costs. And so, I don't know if that's helpful if that's a helpful comparison. just to say that, we're kind of in the middle.
Dr. Pere, Chair, I'm wondering if it would be helpful to engage on this issue before we move on to the next, so we don't lose sight of any nuances.
Yeah, just in the interest of time, we do have quite a number of other items here that I think are quite important. And one of them is establishing a finance committee, which I think is critical given that we might see a rate reduction.
I guess I'd just
for
like
them
to
consider.
comment that
So I do want to move us on.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
value in this for the
Yep.
public and obviously for the organization and for the board, et cetera. And as someone who's coming in sort of from the outside,
Yep.
I think my perspective is valuable in terms of you want this to be really clear, right? And sometimes when you're so deep in the work, you can't see the forest from the trees. And so I might suggest you set up a subcommittee to work on this. We're not obviously going to have a working session on this today, but there's some urgency here. And I just want to acknowledge the grace that you've handled today's discussion and some of the feedback. And I'm no stranger to misinformation. So I just want to acknowledge how I admire your leadership in this time right now and this meeting. But yeah, so I would encourage the group to prioritize this because it's a matter of public transparency, and I appreciate the rigor that you all are putting the agency through.
Thank you very much, Director Hellman. And I guess, Don, if you can maybe share some feedback in terms of how it would be helpful to staff to get feedback on this. I think bringing it to the full board, I think that could be a very long conversation at a board meeting. So I wonder, I don't know that a subcommittee necessarily is the way to go to talk about this, because then that leaves other folks out. But I just wonder if maybe folks could redline it, make suggestions. I know we had the pre-briefings. It was right after the holidays. I know there's maybe others coming up. Maybe there's an opportunity to bring in Director Andre and Director Hellman and others, right, who might have questions and suggestions and clarifications. But just open for what would be helpful to you, Don, and to Jared and others.
Excuse
Chair,
me, Dr. Pare.
Chair, this is Vic, and I'm sorry. By the way, I would have been there in person, but I'm under the weather, and I didn't want to impact anybody. I just want to remind the committee that that's one of the reasons why we are offering workshops, budget workshops. You are absolutely right. We need to dig a lot more in the generation rates, the vision, mission about what we're going to procure, long-term, short-term, the hedges, our total blend, the significant amount of differences in the highest number of vintages that your CCA has compared to any other CCA. So we do need to do a lot of digging into this to dissect and come up with the options for your consideration on how we're going to make rate making, a budget setting, so that we can continue our healthy existence without impacting our core values and our financials strength with the reserves. Because the minute we start touching those, our strength will start going away. So I just want to highly encourage everyone that we will need to do a lot more discussion, that we don't have the time today to cover this. But over several 4-hour meetings, hopefully we can come to a mutual understanding that why there is so much gray area in understanding. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vicken.
And Director Pare, this is Director Nakamura in Concord.
Director, before you continue, I think Don had a comment in response.
I can
discussion.
wait. It might be relevant.
Okay. Director Nakamura, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to agree with Director, I believe it's Hellman. Thank you for the correction. I do think that this is a very important conversation. I don't want to see it interrupted. I think that it's very valuable to the members of the public, to members of the board here. So I'd like to see this conversation continue as long as it's needed. Thank you.
Are you suggesting we take time today or in another space?
Yes, I do think that we need to take time today and with that said, that if there are other items that are also important on the agenda, that we consider a continuance of this meeting to potentially next week or, a date before, and the timing would absolutely have to be before the board meeting because the board agenda is expecting this to be there. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Director. Appreciate that.
And Director Perry, I
Yeah.
also agree with Director Nakamura. I think, with having 27 new board members, I think we have a lot of board members that are just trying to understand what's going on. And so I think this memo is helpful. And I want, to make sure that we go through these statements to be able to provide them with something that they can read and look through. And so if there's things on here that, Director Andres don't feel comfortable with, I would like for staff to be able to address those things so that we can make this a factual document that we can share with directors so it can help them through this process of understanding being part of this agency.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we'll continue this discussion then. Director Andre, did you want to continue where you left
A couple
off?
of feedbacks on the first 3 points
Yes,
that were
please.
raised,
Go ahead,
if
Dawn.
I may.
Yep.
I just wanted to start by saying that we appreciate your looking at multiple sources of information. I think that's always really important. We did review the analysis that was done by the Clean Power Coalition. Unfortunately, they didn't provide any information about what assumptions they based their analysis on or the process that they used to come up with their results. We did respond to their analysis with questions, asking for clarification. We've also asked to meet with them to better understand where their conclusions are coming from, and they have not been willing to engage with us at all. So we're in the dark regarding what assumptions they used to come up with their results. However, we do have a strong team of staff that are professionals in the energy sector and have access to all of our rate data and have access to their counterparts at all of our sister CCAs, and of course have access to the power content label info that's posted online on the CPUC website. And I feel confident that our analysis is extremely robust. We've checked any nuances and come up with a solid set of information that's reflected here in as simple terms as we can to make sure that it's easily understandable to the reader. You're making an astute observation regarding the difference between the gen rate and the overall bill cost. That is obviously those are 2 very different things. MCE can only control the generation rate on customers' bills. And you're right that most customers only care about the bottom line. What is their bill going to say? What is the overall bill cost? So we're careful to only, when we're talking about rates and bills, to be very specific with our language. And we talk about bill costs or overall bill costs as opposed to generation rate. What we're going to be proposing later this month is a generation rate decrease. MCE only controls the generation rate portion of the bill. And that is why in these bullet points, the 3rd one from the top is focused on the generation rate only. And you made the comment that the generation rate is just one element of the overall bill. That's absolutely correct. But it's the only one that we control. So if we're going to compare the overall bill between us and other CCAs, it's not an accurate representation of where we're setting our gen rates. The more accurate representation is to look at what all CCAs control, which is the gen rate. The rest of the bill is controlled by PG&E. So I just want to agree with you on that. But given all of what you said and what I just said, I don't see any inaccuracies in the last 3 bullet points. And if you have specific suggestions, you can bring them up now. You reference the possibility of having staff create a table of all the PCIA fees. And I would just, we certainly will, we serve at the pleasure of the board and the committee. We will undertake that exercise if the committee feels that it's a good use of staff's time. But I do want to caution the committee that that type of analysis involves a lot of variables. Rates are changing multiple times per year. We have 15 different vintages within our power supply mix because we've existed for 15 years. And we have very different renewable requirements than other CCAs, and we have a different approach to compliance, regulatory compliance, than some other CCAs. We've always chosen to comply with RA mandates. Some CCAs have not, and that has saved them a bit. So there are so many variables once you start diving into it that in order to do that type of analysis for you would be quite a diversion of staff time when we do have other items that may be a better use of staff time, and that's for your committee to decide.
All right, I appreciate that. I think a couple of things. One, I don't know if people are aware, but generation rates, for instance, PG&E's generation rates, it varies by territory. So, the AVA, the PG&E rate for AVA customers is different than the PG&E rate for MCE customers. It's different than the rate for Silicon Valley, clean energy. And so if you just line up the generation rates straight, it's not a fair comparison. It's not an apples to apples comparison because PG&E's rates vary by the territory. And so the right comparison is to compare AVA's rate versus the PG&E AVA rate, the MCE rate versus the PG&E MCE rate, the Silicon Valley rate versus the Silicon Valley clean energy rate versus the PG&E clean energy rate. And so that is found on what's called the joint rate comparison table. And that is published by PG&E, and you can find them, you can find this joint rate comparison on the CCA's websites. And so my point is comparing the generation rates on just an absolute basis and lining them up isn't as useful of an analysis. And so the analysis should be what is the CCA's rate versus the rate of the IOU versus its local IOU is basically the right comparison. And I know this is getting really deep in the weeds. So anyways,
I'm so sorry to interject,
PCIA,
but there's a misinformation flag here for me that I just want to clarify that we're using the accurate language here. So PG&E does not assign a different generation rate to different CCA territories. Zay is here, our VP of Customer Operations, and may want to weigh in further, but I just want to clarify that the reason that the joint rate mailers show a different average rate is because the average usage and there are averages that produce different results in different CCA territories. It could be that in a community that has a lot of heat in the summer, you have higher usage overall, and therefore the average gen rate is going to show up differently because you have higher usage. So we're always having to average a whole lot of variables within each CCA territory, but that doesn't mean that PG&E is assigning a different rate to different CCA territories.
Okay, fair point. But again, I think the comparison then is whatever the average rate is in the MCE territory versus the PG&E average rate that's published. And so that's the comparison that, that is relevant, because if you're looking at, MCE, if you're just lining up the generation rates of all these CCAs, there's a lot in that number. There's a lot of variation in that number. So it's a less useful analysis.
Totally agree. And we did use the joint rate mailer results to
Right.
produce these
Yeah.
figures.
Yeah.
Director, I see Zay's hand is up.
yes.
Zay, did you want to chime in on this item?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Perry. I just wanted to mention to what Dawn was stating, it's based off of climate zones. So for the only way for us to do an apples to apples comparison would be climate zone application to generation rates across different CCAs. And that would be, it's doable. It's very difficult. And we would have multiple different comparisons required for different CCAs because many of the other CCAs are within a single climate zone. And we have the most diverse climate zones along with our 18 vintages. So, the easiest way and the closest to accurate for true comparison is the way that we surmised it utilizing the joint rate comparisons. But happy to look at other variations if you'd like.
Right. So, go ahead.
Can I just clarify one thing there then? So if I'm just looking at the time of use rate for our territory versus another CCA, the generation rate that PG&E charges per kilowatt hour in MCE's territory could be different than no?
No, what we're talking about is they utilize the comparison for the actual usage for those customers. So if you look at the joint rate comparisons for one CCA versus another CCA, you may notice that the kilowatt per hour average is different. And along with that, the time of use is different. And especially when it comes to the differentiation between the different seasonal versions. So we can have some climate zones where they're using more peak time usage during the summer because they're in a hotter climate zone versus lower peak time uses in the summer, but higher in the winter. So all of those different factors are put into that comparison so that it's comparing only that territory that they're speaking to and that actual customer's application and comparison.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Zay, can I ask a clarifying question on that? So there's different rates for different types of customers, right?
Correct.
And then we also have the option for people to opt up to deep green.
Correct.
So if, let's say, more MCE customers opted into deep green in the coming year, would that increase what looks to be MCE's overall rate in comparison to PG&E for this, or is that taken out?
No, because we do the rate comparison based on each one of the products that we offer. So when you look at the comparison, you'll notice that it's by light green, by deep green, and any other products that we provide.
And similarly for PG&E's?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the different customer types, for example, right, different customer types like we increased, right, we increased the difference on like a certain type of commercial property in 2025, right? Those sorts of differences, is that also separated out, or is that all combined? Because I could imagine some areas of the state, right, are more agricultural or more industrial or more residential or more rural.
Correct. And that's generalized in the rate comparison application. It will have a note as to which customer base is the average, right?
Okay.
So ETOUC is often used for residential. There'll be B1 differentials for small businesses, and then B19 or larger for the larger corporations and commercial accounts.
Okay.
But all of those are relatively recognizable within those joint rate comparisons.
Okay. I want to give an opportunity for anyone in Contra Costa to weigh in here. I realize a number of us in Marin have been speaking a lot. Director Nakamura, did you have anything to add here?
No, I'm okay. I'm appreciating the conversation and the questions and the answers and the clarifications and the corrections. Thank you.
Great. And Director Scales Preston?
No, this is really helpful. just to receive a deeper dive and understanding. So I'm just enjoying listening to the conversation on how we can make sure that we all understand and make sure our other directors understand as well. Thank you.
And Director Murphy?
This is a helpful conversation. I want to make sure that we're tracking if there is inaccuracies that there are. So just to clarify, Chair, are you listing any inaccuracies at this point, or have we just been going through the notes?
Well, I was hoping to turn it back to Director Andre, given the conversation, and see if there were any specific suggestions for us to consider that would be changes to what staff has proposed.
And I know we're just to clarify, we're only under the rates and costs section, correct? Of the
page.
Right. Yes, right now.
Correct.
Sorry. That's all we've
The
covered
rates and
so
costs.
far.
The rates and costs section, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Right.
Okay.
So I would suggest that, unless we are able to back up that we have the highest delivery charges and PCIA fees in the state, we might want to, I don't know, dial back that statement. Because
we are
according to
confident in that statement.
What's that?
We are confident in that statement.
Okay, because according to the joint rate comparisons, our peers they publish, if you just look at what they're publishing as the average ETOUC PCIA fees, ours are like to the decimal, the same as what they're publishing. So
I understand. And
there's
that's
some
why
difference here.
the explanation Zay was just giving was explaining the nuances that can impact the average in each CCA territory. It's tied to.
Can I suggest that there's a bullet or a footnote related to that, just to explain in layman's terms why you might, if you do your own research, why you might stumble into this discrepancy or this.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
And I am used to annotations or footnotes. So if you're making financial claims or whatever you're making, I would recommend as much footnoting as possible as far as your sources, if they are public.
Zay, I see your hands up. Do you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I was just going to make a particular note when it comes to the PCIA as described by AVA, because AVA does have a formulated PCIA where they are absorbing some of the costs for the PCIA when it goes above a certain point. So that is also part of their rate making and their obligation as set by their board. So to ensure that their rates are below, they have a smooth PCIA as opposed to an individual vintage PCIA. So that could skew that comparison as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. Director, do you feel good with keeping it as it is with maybe either clarification and/or a citation?
Yes.
Okay. Director Wilkinson?
Yeah, I just wanted to qualify a few of the statements. So at the beginning of this MCE's track record, it says 15 years of reliable service and 100% fossil-free fuel. Have we had 100% fossil-free power for the 15 years?
Yeah, you can go back and look at our power content label for that.
So the entire 15 years we've been 100% fossil-free?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then I think this point that says since its launch in 2010 through 2025, MCE's generation rates have been lower than PG&E's. I think you need to qualify that because it hasn't always been true.
I'm sorry, which
I'm
bullet
sorry,
are you on?
I'm sorry, because you're just talking about generation rates rather than the actual full cost.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Are you looking for comments on other sections or just that section right
Well,
now?
I would just ask Director Andre if we're good on that section. Okay, yes, feel free to move on to another section if you have something.
In relation to the long discussion we've had around power procurement and authority, I think it might be helpful to just add an additional bullet there saying that you're reviewing those processes just to be clear that that's come up as an item if that's going to go out as a claim.
I'll chime in here also on that section where it says at the beginning of each year, the CEO reports to the technical committee what is to come for the year regarding power supply needs. Again, in the public record, there's no information on this report. So it's not in the agenda packets for the technical committee. So whatever documentation there is around that, I think it's important to either footnote or provide the documentation, because right now in the public realm, there's no information on this report.
Of course, it's pretty standardized. It's part of the CEO report, and I'll be sure and share that. It'll be what you'll hear in the February meeting.
And then let's see. Sorry, I'm reading through the.
While Director Andre is reading through, anyone in Concord have anything on this block of text in the memo? These bullet points?
No, Chair Paray. What I'm hearing from this committee is that there are opportunities to confirm or clarify things, but we have not reached a point where we are seeing inconsistencies or inaccuracies. Is that correct?
That is correct thus far. We're going to cite to where things are or clarify to make sure it's clear to members of the public.
Okay. And right now, and are you asking us to review the full, or are we staying at the rates and cost section still?
We moved on to the next
Now
section,
we're in
which
finance.
is
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, power procurement and content. Gotcha.
Correct. Yeah. But if you have anything, Director, that you think we missed on the previous section, feel free to weigh in.
I feel good about it now. Where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Andre?
Okay, on the finance section, again, the bullet that says MCE produced a net gain, I think it needs to be net gain of what? That needs to be clarified. I think it means produce a positive increase in net position. I believe that's what that comment is. You can't just say net gain. It's like net gain of what? So I would say that needs to be clarified. Reference
Let's pause there. That is taken directly from our audited financial statements. Can you suggest? I don't know that we'd want to use something different.
It needs to be. I think you need to reference what exactly you're talking about. Net gain. Net gain of what?
The financial statement actually says change in net position.
Yeah, it's change in net position.
Okay,
So that needs to be
adjustment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then reference to a financial loss in the Marin IJ article is not accurate. Again, I think the Marin IJ article referenced an operating loss, which is accurate.
I think there were instances of both, but we can certainly confirm that.
I'm pretty sure that the Marin IJ article was referencing the operating loss, but I would, again, financial loss is not a finance term in the audited financial statement, so I would strike that line. Again, that's ambiguous. That's an ambiguous term. Again, MCE's 2024 results were a gain of $159 million. Again, a gain of what? That ambiguous. MCE's 2023 results were a gain of $41 million. Again, I'm assuming that you're talking about increase in net position, but that's unclear.
That would be very easy to clarify, no problem.
Yeah. The audited financial results, again, these have never been altered by management. I'm not sure that the IJ has said that they've been altered by management. So I don't know. I think that bullet can be removed.
I think on that point, it might not if I may, it might not be the Renee J. It might have been a member of the public who insinuated that at a previous meeting.
Okay. Again, the third bullet point, comparison, or is it the third? Anyways, further down, comparisons between MCE's audited financial results and other CCA's unaudited financial results are inaccurate. I don't, and as many agencies' audited financial results have not yet been released. Again, as of November, or no, I'm sorry, yes, as of the last board meeting, many of the CCAs have released their fiscal year audited financial results. So the comparisons are, so that statement is no longer true. And then unaudited results contain historical assumptions and data lags, which yield unreliable results. Again, I would dispute that as well. I don't think unaudited results are necessarily unreliable. They're not final, but I don't think that means they're unreliable. I mean, that's the only way that, a board member or a member of the public can track what is happening with the financial operations of the agency. So I don't know how, if we can't rely on the unaudited quarterly financials, what are we to rely on? So I think that's an inaccurate statement.
So it seems like the suggestion you're making about the middle part of that bullet would make sense to remove, where it says, as many other agencies' audited fiscal year results have not yet been released. There's still a few, but many have at this time, and I don't see a problem with removing that. But the first and last part of that bullet, I don't see anything in there that's inaccurate. Comparison between MCE's audited financial results and other CCA's unaudited financial results are inaccurate. I think we would all agree that does produce an apples to oranges comparison, and that it's not accurate.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? Is the intention of that statement to be that it's not a reasonable or methodology? Because the use of the word inaccurate, I don't think is truly fitting there. I think you're saying it's not, the appropriate approach or comparison or whatever. But I don't think inaccurate is the right word.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it could be worded, because it's not the process that's inaccurate, it's the result that's inaccurate. So it's maybe it needs to be changed to say that it is likely to yield a misunderstanding of results. Open to any thoughts on that.
Dawn, can I add one point here? So also I would like, this is Maida Strauss, CFO for MC. So I would like to add that the different CCAs have also different fiscal years. And so comparing in one fiscal year with another fiscal year, there are some, and I'm telling this too, so we can think about a better word here. It's not a clear picture of if you compare one isolated year. If you compare a couple years, then you get a better picture of it. So CCAs have different fiscal years. They have the ones that finish in June. We do have the audited financials on those. So just if we can think about this and find a better word to describe this, I think it would be a good idea.
Director Hellman, do you have a suggestion?
I mean, that's just exposing that. I mean, for a variety of reasons, there's so much complexity, clearly, right? I just think you need to expose it. Why that statement alone? Because you're on different fiscal cycles. I didn't know that until she said it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Can I jump in there? Because Maida, I think that's a really valid point, because we do have to find a way to comp ourselves with other CCAs. And so by saying you can't use unaudited quarterly results, makes that not an apples, that an apples for oranges comparison. And if you compare the same fiscal years, that's also apparently an apples for oranges comparison. So your suggestion that you have to look on a trend basis, I think is completely valid. And I think when we do see those comparisons, that's correct, that there should be a sort of rolling year analysis so that we can capture more accurately how we are comparing with other CCAs.
Yeah, let's dig into what you just said there, because I think it's there may not be agreement on it, and we may not understand if there's not agreement on it. But I think what I heard you say is that we have to find a way to compare ourselves to other CCAs. So if that is our goal, there are a number of elements that need to align. First of all, we would need to all have the same procurement strategies, the same approach to compliance and renewable content. We would need to align fiscal years. We would need to align programs. There's a lot of variables. So I just want to make sure that that statement isn't taken lightly.
Sure.
I think that there are some more narrow subsets of information where we could compare ourselves, but under the current, broad stroke assumptions, it's just not feasible.
So as someone who looks at financial results for a career for many, many years, you have to find a way to comp yourself with your peers. You have to be able to find a way to do that. And you can do that analysis and provide all those caveats and those reasons why you're not exactly the same, but you have to be able to provide some kind of baseline. And I know management's always very keen to compass with the other CCAs when it comes to compensation. And so we can make a lot of arguments around that as well. And so I think you have to provide it on a broad spectrum and find a way to do it, but then explain if you're different, why you're different. You can't just not comp.
So what are you recommending?
Yeah, I like my suggestion there, which was let's look at it from a lot of different ways, but looking at a trend, multi-year comparison, rolling is the way to do that analysis.
Awesome.
And
Stephanie agrees.
and if I may, I would say that, I think the word inaccurate, right? If we remove that, right, and we explain a little bit, put a little bit of caveats there, the question around how do we compare ourselves going forward is a longer conversation.
Yeah.
Right now, what we're talking about is what are we putting in the Smiths versus facts, right?
And maybe I agree with you, Sally, and I think that, it sounds like a meaty project for maybe an intern or the finance committee. I mean, it's a lot, but I would agree any organization needs to have that comparison. So yeah.
That sounds like a great thing for the finance committee in the future to dive into, right?
Yeah, we actually do have an internal comparison that we do every year. But it is clear on what the, how far we can go with and what the differences are. But we do have a version of that analysis that would be useful. So we'll finesse that paragraph with some of those ideas.
Chair Perret?
The word inaccurate. Yes, go ahead, Director Darling.
I'm sitting here drafting while you guys are talking. So because of different fiscal years, different procurement strategies, and a host of other differences between CCAs, comparison with different CCAs needs to be approached thoughtfully, and some other word that I haven't thought up yet. But that gets to the idea that there are a lot of differences between CCAs. Just comparing MCE with different CCAs can only be done when you take those things into account.
Has to be done, I'm sorry.
You have to take into account the differences if you're going to compare across different CCAs.
Yes, I will say that, yes, there are different factors that go into the financial results, but when you're looking at financial results, I mean, the explanation of why they're different is due to different things. But I think, as a methodology, you can compare financial results, even though they're unaudited. I guess my dispute here is that the quarterly financial statements, even though they're not audited, does not mean they're unreliable. that would mean that every public company in America, you can't look at anything unless the audited financial results. Like I dispute that statement. I think that you can look at quarterly financial results. They do give you a sense of where the agency or the company or the organization is trending and what the financial performance is. And so even though it's not audited, you can look at those statements. And in conjunction with the audited financial statements, you can make adjustments that put everyone on the same time frame.
Yeah.
That is possible.
I think what this what this bullet item is trying to do is tell people, beware, there be dragons there. You're going to have to talk to Zay. You're going to have to talk to Maya. If you want to compare one CCA's performance with another CCA's performance, you need to know what is their procurement strategy. Are they purchasing their RAs, or are they telling the CPUC they don't want to follow the rules? What fiscal year are they on? There's a whole, what's their climate? There's a whole bunch of differences. And so this is just a warning to people that if you compare simplistically one CCA to another, you might think you have an answer, but unless you've dove into those differences, that answer will be unreliable.
Yeah, I really agree with that approach. And I think there's one other nuance that we could do a better job of putting into the language here that is maybe a little more glossed over than it should have been. And that is that for all CCAs, the quarterly results can be really lumpy. And that's because you could get a big invoice for power supply, at the end of January or the beginning of March or the end of December, and it skews everything in a very big way. It could be a $90 million invoice, for example. And that's why, and also there's, the usage is getting trued up many, many days after the date of service. So those quarterly results are only as good as the data that we have, and that the lumpiness of the invoices can skew them one way or another. So I think, following the language that that Director Darling just laid out, because of the different fiscal years, blah, 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 I think another sentence can be also because quarterly results can be lumpy. There's probably a better word than lumpy, but to convey that the big, it's different than a standard financial company where you're dealing with a lot of small amounts here and there throughout the quarter. With CCAs, you get big amounts that can land at any time, and that can skew things. And there's a time lag. We may not get an invoice until 2 months, or a month after the power was delivered to us, and that can skew the results as well. So I think we can add a sentence on that to be more clear.
Can I just raise one question, another bullet on the finance section where it says, like all loads, this is the last bullet, like all load-serving entities in California, MCE operates in a highly volatile energy market. Annual cost fluctuations reflect statewide conditions, not management decisions, and are consistent with industry-wide trends. So I think, again, that statement needs to be qualified, because the decision to buy a lot of PCC1 RECs is a decision by the board and management. It's not a market condition. And so we've actively made, apparently, decisions to buy way more RECs than virtually, not all, but many other CCAs. So you can't blame that on the market. That's a decision, a policy decision, and a management decision. So I think that should be qualified.
Yeah, and let's be careful when we say RECs that we say bundled RECs, so that there's not a misperception by the public that we're buying unbundled RECs. But yeah, I think that's a really good catch, and that could be added into the second sentence. The annual cost fluctuations reflect board guidance. Maybe insert board guidance along with statewide conditions. And we can certainly strike the not management decisions. That's probably not necessary to keep that in there. But that may clarify the point you're making.
Could I just add a clarification, Dawn? And perhaps I'm just misreading this, but annual cost, are we talking about energy costs, or are we talking about the rates of MCE? Because I think that arguably our costs as an agency is different than the costs of the statewide. So I think if we were talking about just on state energy as it is in the state are not our control, but costs of what we choose to purchase would be our control. And so maybe that's the clarifying moment there.
It's a good point. We do use the word energy in the first sentence, but not in the second.
And Dawn, do you mind me just, I want to just clarify the bundled PCC1 because, and correct me if I misunderstand this, if you purchase a PCC1 that happens to be something that's been, in 2024, you could have bought a rec that related to 2022, a PCC1 that's from a prior vintage, you can't?
No, you can't do that.
Okay. But the energy itself, that doesn't get, that is energy that's supplied to the grid. It has to go to the California grid as a PCC1, but it doesn't go on our ledger effectively. It doesn't go into our, we're still exposed to market prices in relation to that volume of energy. You're not receiving it directly. It's just going to the California grid somewhere, correct?
Yeah, the way that we receive it is through a Regis transfer. Regis is really the trading bank for all renewable energy in the Western system. It is, when we receive renewable energy in Regis, when it shows up in Regis, that's when we can verify that it's been received by us, and that's when we pay for it. And Regis is what's used when we're developing our power content label for the year. So you may have heard that some investor-owned utilities will bank renewable energy from one year to the next because they don't have as much concern about their power content label and how it shows up from year to year. The power content label is required by the CEC to be produced once a year in October. And because our customers and our board cares a lot about our, maintaining consistent, reliable content, we don't bank RECs from one year to the next. We buy and retire our renewable energy in the year that it's received so that it can show up on our power content label. So it's a little bit of a different practice than the IOUs.
So I think I do understand that system, but so in terms of Regis, the unit of energy is separated into the actual electrons and then to the renewable energy credit, correct? Into the certificate, sorry. And so that is the certificate that goes into Regis, and that's what you're purchasing and that's what you're receiving. You're not actually receiving the energy. The energy just goes to the grid, but it's guaranteed to go to the California grid. Is my understanding correct? And maybe Vicken can jump in here because that was my understanding of how PCC1 operates.
Well, we're buying the bundled product, but yeah, Vicken, do you want to explain that in your words?
No, go ahead, Don. I didn't hear it well. Sorry.
Sure. So Director Wilkinson was talking about the renewable purchases that we make with the example of PCC1, and we were discussing the difference between the REC, which is part of the bundle, and the underlying energy, which is another part of the bundle. We are buying all of that as a bundle.
Yes.
But the electrons go to the grid, and CAISO takes care of it from there. The REC, the Renewable Energy Certificate, which goes with that bundled energy that we bought, shows up in Regis. And so we have to receive both. We need to account for the energy both in CAISO and in Regis to know that we've received it. We settle with CAISO on a daily basis. We're looking at what is our load and what is our generation. And so that PCC1 that we're buying shows up as part of our generation. We schedule it into the CAISO grid on the day ahead basis. So every day before the market opens, we have scheduled all of our resources onto the grid. And that's all load serving entities have to schedule their generation either in the day ahead or the real-time market. And we do ours essentially in the day ahead.
So when you buy a PCC1, the underlying energy you are also receiving at a fixed price, or you're having to hedge that in the market?
It depends on the contract. we do, there's some of both types of contracts.
And in general, which is more common?
I think it's both. I mean, for our long-term contracts, Vicken, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I just want to say that basically what Don explained, Director Wilkinson, there's no difference between that and when we do a long-term contract that comes with PCC1 as a bundled product that we are buying, let's say solar farm in Fresno County, let's say, or somewhere else, the energy is dumped into the grid in the ISO market in the day ahead most of the time if we are the scheduling coordinator, and the credits we obtain it for our energy content label. As far as hedging, and by the way, some of our long-term contracts, we are not necessarily the scheduling coordinator for it, and it's scheduled for us. But on the hedging contracts, we do it on a shorter term basis, and we, as a total bundle product, for us to get the energy, for a hedge is for us to protect the customer against high prices. That's the primary thing that we are hedging, and while we're getting the credits if they come with it. Vidi, I see you have your hand raised as well, in case I missed something. Go ahead.
No, but Ken, I think you said it well. I think the only thing I would say, and hopefully it will clarify things a little bit, PCC1 is a type of product. It has, it has nothing to do with, the kind of contract we're signing. So the type of product that is called PCC1 comes with energy delivery, and it's always delivered to the CAISO grid. So whether it is providing us a hedge in the market or not will depend on the type of contract that we have signed. In some contracts, we do pay for the hedge value. In some contracts, we don't. So I think the PCC1 product itself always comes with energy. It's always delivered to the CAISO grid. Sometimes it does provide a hedge against our load, and sometimes it doesn't, depending on the contracting structure. And primarily, most of our PCC1 product on an annual basis does come from resources that do provide a hedge in the market. And another thing to note is that all PCC deliveries are tagged to specific generators. So we can even know what the source of that generation is that gets directly delivered into the CAISO market. So I just wanted to make these some clarification points just for everybody's understanding.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair Pereira is coming back, so you haven't missed anything.
Okay, so let me try my
okay.
statement one more time, just to see if we've captured what all we were talking about back on the earlier part. It says, because different fiscal years, different procurement strategies, and a host of other differences between CCAs, comparisons with different CCAs should be undertaken carefully. In addition, energy expenses and demand can also be quite irregular, causing quarterly variability.
Can you repeat that last phrase?
In addition, energy expenses and demand can be quite irregular, which causes differences between quarterly results or differences on a quarterly level. So for example, you may get an $18 million bill for power that you are going to get for the next year, but it will all show up in one quarter as an expense.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that happened to us last year.
Mm-hmm.
So
that all sounds accurate to me, and I think it's a better way of wording the bullet, so thank you.
I asked ChatGPT what you could say instead of lumpy. She said
I mean, I would just say that that whatever the front part of your sentence was can cause quarterly variations. And so that I can't remember what you
instead of the last
instead
phrase.
Of the last phrase, whatever that was, just can say it can cause quarterly variations.
Yeah, you could say something like that.
Yeah.
So exactly as Director Darling read, but just that last clause.
Just say In addition, energy expenses and demand can also be irregular, causing quarterly, what was your word?
Variations.
Variation or variations?
All of the above.
All right. Bullet point by committee.
It was my life for years, so.
No, appreciate it. It was a general comment.
Can I just, you mentioned, Dawn, that the Q2 quarterly financials are coming out in a few weeks. They've already been on the website for a number of weeks.
Yeah, Maida, do you want to clarify?
Sure. I think we're talking about the quarterly treasurers report that's coming up. So that's the one that's coming next week.
So just to be clear, there's the monthly treasurer's report, and then there's the quarterly financials, right?
Yes, yeah, that's actually great. If you give me opportunity to clarify that. So there are a few. So there's the monthly one, the monthly investment report, and this, as an example, in January we would release the December that goes up to December 31st. So we need a few days to receive the information from the bank and compile that. And then there's the quarterly one that on top of the monthly one has the quarterly statements and all the graphs and KPIs included. And also there's just the quarterly unaudited statements. And that's the one that it has been on our website for a few months now.
You're talking Q2, right? I'm talking Q2. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're all saying the same thing on that. Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, so and one last wordsmithing thing on the bullet prior to the one that we were just talking about, MCE's 2025 positive financial results demonstrate strong fiscal oversight as there were significant market increases in renewable energy costs in 2024, as well as lower revenue due to unanticipated mild weather. So I think a couple of things. One, 2025 positive financial results. Again, there was an operating loss in fiscal 2025, so I don't know that I would characterize that as positive. Demonstrate strong fiscal oversight. Again, the financial results were positive. The net gain in net position was due to investment income. So I don't know that we can say due to strong fiscal oversight. And the lower revenue, correct me if I'm wrong, but that started happening in June of 2025, which is fiscal 2026. So we're kind of that sentence, that the second half of that sentence doesn't apply to fiscal 2025.
Sorry, Danya. Yeah.
We actually had very mild weather the summer before. We've had 2 summers now of very mild weather. So that's what that's referring to. But it sounds like the wordsmithing that might help with this bullet is to delete financial results and replace it with gain in net position, because that more accurately aligns with the audit results. You may recall, a year ago, there was a lot of board discussion about our investments and how we're handling that side of the portfolio. And so that's partly what we're getting at with this bullet point here. But I think that the clarifying the terminology and the way we're doing with the second bullet on this page to reference the net position instead of just saying financial results, it's a bit more specific. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Right, but I think the whole question about the $200 million increase in energy costs, and also the question around the signing authority on these short-term contracts. Like I don't know how we can say strong fiscal oversight here. I mean, there are some issues that have been raised by the public, and I just feel that this sounds like we're not. This sounds like we haven't heard a lot of the commentary that's been going on. It just sounds, I would,
Could we remove that phrase?
yeah, I would
"to
just,
best"?
yeah, it would, I think we should just not say that.
Yeah, and would you prefer that we focus in on what we meant by that, which is the investment income? Kind of narrow it to that?
Yeah,
That's
you
where
can
we
narrow
saw
it to the
themes.
investment income. Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
So we'll remove the that phrase and we'll add in a little bit more meat into the other.
I would like also that we take into consideration the expenses of the early deliveries that happened in last fiscal year, and then that will not happen in the following year. So just if we can just keep that in mind, and then maybe will help us find better language to put in there.
Thank you, Maima.
I have a small suggestion or recommendation. So that final bullet feels like it should sit before the positive net gain or whatever you ended up. Because you want to substantiate that, you know, in light of or despite or the fact that you're operating in a highly volatile industry or market, whatever, you still, you know, you are diversified, you know, and you have investments. There's nothing to, in my opinion, there's nothing to be, you know, ashamed of. It's because you work in it. It's why you have diversified investments, right? To weather the storms, right? And so you want to explain that to the public. You've had really good years and then you have soft years, and that's why we have reserves. That's why you have, you know, you got to explain that, in my opinion.
I love that. Thanks for bringing that up.
This is Director Nakamura.
Go ahead.
Can I get I think that I need a redirect on the 200 million loss that was just recently mentioned. I think that how it was stated earlier is that we did expect $100 million in a decline or in expenses. And so I think that to say that again, that it was a $200 million loss. Can someone clarify what we had spoken about earlier for me, please?
Yeah. Well, I can chime in, and then if Don or Maira wants to correct anything I say, that would be great. The way I understand it is we budgeted, right, with the budget that the board approved, expecting $100 million hit, and it was more than that. And so that results in, you know, different numbers, right? One will say 200, right? That is accurate, but we projected to have 100 million. So it's also accurate to say 100 million. And that's, I think, where we see some of these differences, just like with the context of a $12 million operating loss, but we have a net positive gain overall of 13 million. And so then that results in kind of essentially a $25 million difference there for that's as Director Andre said with investments. Is anything I said inaccurate there? Please chime in.
Yeah, I don't think the use of the word debt is a good fit in as we're talking about that. I don't, because that didn't go into the calculation, but
for a deficit, yeah.
Yeah. I think what we experienced from the end of our 23-24 fiscal year and the end of our 24-25 fiscal year was a $200 million increase in energy costs. And that's the accurate, specific language that we should all be saying if we're going to talk about that particular element of comparing one audited year results to another audited year results. That is accurate. But if we say we had a $200 million loss, that is glossing over the nuances. And I think what Director Wilkinson suggested that we change in this, changing net gain to positive change in net position, is a good way of making it more specific. And I would like to ask that in the same way, when we talk about this $200 million, that what we say is that it's a $200 million increase year over year in energy costs. That's different from a loss. So I think we need to be careful to stop saying there was a $200 million loss, because that's not accurate. What it was a $200 million increase year over year if we're comparing end of year results. And I also think it's important to keep in mind that along the way, as we transition from the old budget year to the new budget year, we baked in $100 million more to cover energy costs, and they went even higher than we expected. So I feel like it's a disservice to the public and our listeners and the media to keep using that catchphrase. So I'd like to ask that we be more careful and more specific when we talk about that.
And I think to Director Hellman's point on, not all of us, I'm not saying this about Don, I'm saying all of us here, right, not being defensive about it, but saying, hey, we understood that costs were going to rise. We planned for it, and we undershot, right? And it was more. And that's okay. And we don't
It is
have to,
okay. I mean, it's obviously undesirable, but it's business.
we owned it,
frankly.
and we
And I would be curious to know, did our peers experience this as well? I'm
But-
hearing no from my neighbor, but
But this is, Director, this is Vic, and that's a really good question. And Sally's answer is right too. But we complied with the Public Utility Commission compliance requirements, and that cost us about half of that additional expenses, about $100 million to stay compliant. Now, the board can choose to give us different directions. We have said to this committee, to TechCom, and to the board many times that we are in a seller's market for several years now. And the way the PUC establishes compliance requirements, it makes sure that the sellers are in the driver's seat and they know we must buy to be compliant at almost any price. And that's what we did to stay compliant. We reported to you that it cost us over $100 million to be compliant. A lot of other CCAs did not do that. They rather, just a minute, Director Wilkinson, it seems like you have a question. A lot of other CCAs chose to be in a non-compliant list on the PUC, their name be on that non-compliant list, and pay the penalty, which is significantly less in cost than it is to be compliant. This is the world in California now. I'm not making it up. It's very sad. It's very upsetting because we have been talking at length now on the multiple facets of what it takes to have a healthy environment in a super high valued vision and mission like MCE does for such a long time, but it costs a lot of money. And I really implore you to use the right words. We did not have a loss. If we had a loss, our net number would not be a positive number. It's pure mathematics. We had contemplated different types of weather conditions in California for our footprint. And we, like the chair said, we undershot it. So it was not a loss. It was an increase in cost. Almost half was because we wanted to stay compliant, and the board can direct us not to be compliant. I'm just saying it. Don't shoot the messenger, please. So anyway, I just wanted to say that the words that we use in this public setting, it is really, really concerning to me and very sensitive because we have over $6 billion in long-term contracts. We have credit rating, like Don said, which is highly valuable. And we do a lot of business every day. Every day we are in the market in the tens of millions of dollars. So whatever your board uses and articulates words, I would just say that the financial world probably is listening about the health of our company, which is really strong, right? We've done a lot of work over the past years to have reserves, to have rate stabilization fund, while continuing to serve our customers well above almost any other CCA. So anyway, I'll just stop here and take any comments or questions if you have any.
Thank you, Vic, and Director Wilkinson, and then
No, I know
Hellman. Yeah.
I just thank you for that. I guess what I'm hearing or feeling is that we're all collectively, we're committed to truth.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an extraordinarily complex industry. And so with all that's happening right now, all the exposure, this opportunity to clarify, be transparent, transparent, you want to err, in my opinion, you want to err on the side of over-explaining. That whole compliance, it's shocking to me that a public agency would choose not to be compliant. Sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. So that's something to be proud of. You chose to be compliant. The public should know that. And maybe it's discussed later, but it's relevant to this point, right? And so to the extent that you're able, put yourself in the shoes of someone who goes to work every day, who's, taking care of their family. They are not immersed in this every day. You have to really think and look through the lens of the average person, which I kind of feel like I am here sitting today because I don't live and breathe this as you all do.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. You're making a lot of sense to me. So thank you for that.
Vic, can I just ask one clarifying question? You said that we incurred these costs because we were an outlier in terms of compliance. Are you talking about RA, or are you talking about renewable portfolio standard, or what are you talking about where we were compliant?
Mostly RA.
Mostly RA. So there's big increase in cost for PCC1, which was a dramatic increase.
PCC1 is not RA.
I know it's not, but that's what I'm saying. One of our biggest increases last fiscal year was this dramatic increase in PCC1, not RA. And that we overachieved vis-a-vis RPS standards, correct? Massively.
Well, my comment specifically, Director Wilkinson, was about RA.
Okay.
And as John DeLacy made several presentations on the total portfolio, he did capture how prices went up on the bundled product with credits on the PCC1, also the RA prices. But we are very lucky that prices now started coming down when the PUC allowed PG&E to all of a sudden have a lot of RA and green credits to sell in an auction that the market did not know of. So they optimized their portfolio beyond significantly.
Yeah. So again, just in the interest of being very precise, which is what we're all trying to do here, the increase in energy costs that we incurred was in part because of RA requirements, but it was also because of board-driven policies in relation to the amount of renewable content. So it was both of those things.
Yeah. Short answer is yes. And
Thank
you commented before, Director Wilkinson, and like Don mentioned earlier on in this meeting, we will bring multifaceted angles to the next budget because we have, as you can see, you heard today, there are many levers your board can pull, push, punt on, or what have you, on all the variables we will need to bring to you to have a sensible, while still staying robust financially in the next fiscal year, given the changes that PG&E did with PUC's help. So it's going to be really crucial to look at our vision and mission, our customers, right? The needy, maybe not so also, but we will bring that to you as to what will it take to have a balanced budget that will meet our goals.
And I really appreciate all of that, Vicken, because I think at this point in time, it's vital that the board has a full understanding of all these different dynamics so that we can explain to ratepayers. If we end up being more expensive than PG&E, that we can explain that clearly. So I really appreciate all of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you. Will do.
All right. Anything else from Concord? Any other comments, suggestions? on this document? All right, hearing none, I'll pause for public comment. I realize we haven't had public comment on this item. Dan, come up. We'll start in San Rafael, then go to Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I do want to follow up on the statement regarding 100% fossil free for 15 years. It's a little surprising to hear that. I've looked and I've just looked and had researched a power content label where MCE's own power content label in the last 15 years lists natural gas in 1 year, a certain percent, 12% or so, and unspecified power at 19% or so. And so, and everyone knows unspecified power is primarily gas. So our own power content label in multiple years contradicts this statement. And talking about trying to avoid misinformation and keep things clear, why is this important? Because the work is not done. There's a lot more to do on greenhouse gas emissions. And this whole discussion, while useful, it delayed the discussion of the Finance Committee, and it also delayed the discussion of the really big issues. What are we going to do about the attribute purchases? Do we think there's any additionality in the attribute purchases? They're very different than the long-term PPA contracts. They're not the same. We've discussed this before. The long-term PPAs enable financing and the development of a new power plant. The attribute-only purchases or the bundled PCC1s are purchases out of a portfolio from a large energy company. Morgan Stanley's one of our big counterparties. Shell is. We're not talking about this. Hopefully, these are things that will be talked about when you get together in your 4-hour sessions. These are the big issues where literally 20, 40, 60, $100 million is riding on some of this stuff. And yet we're debating the fine nuances of language here. Sorry if that comes across as a little frustrated. At any rate, I think you have to withdraw this 100% fossil free for 15 years because it's in direct contradiction to your product content labels. And I hope when we move forward, we'll get a good functioning finance committee with very qualified members. And I certainly hope that we discuss this in detail and these larger issues that are looming that Vicken has alluded to, that Director Wilkinson has alluded to, that Director Andre has alluded to, that these get discussed in detail at the upcoming 4-hour meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Any other members of the public in San Rafael? You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, Alicia Minion. So first of all, thank you for all of those that read my email that I sent early this morning. And I want to thank the staff for providing this informational item in the staff report. And the reason for that is it kind of piggybacks on the public comment that I made at the last executive board meeting where I had mentioned that, hey, we have this lithium-ion battery project, the Corby project, in which you guys entered into an agreement, and that clearly violates the JPA agreement, which prohibits MCE causing projects that do not comply with the member jurisdiction's general plan and zoning. That project does not comply. And so I had requested that the board direct staff to review its procurement process to find out how did this happen. Clearly, this is an indication there's a potential material weakness in your internal controls because you don't want to enter into contracts that violate your own member's JPA agreement. So in going back in time, I found a May 1st, 2014 memo. It's part of a staff report and indicated that the executive officer would be allowed to approve, execute contracts in amounts not to exceed $25,000. This is resolution number 2013-04. And then in MCE's Integrated Resource Plan dated November 2012, it further authorized the executive officer to enter into medium-term power purchase agreements, RECs, et cetera, 12 months to 5 years. Then in your staff report, you mentioned Resolution 2020-04. Thank God. So I pull it up. And in that, clearly, there is a dramatic change in your controls. The executive director and the chair of the technical committee must jointly approve and execute, meaning both shall sign these contracts these midterm contracts between 1 and 5 years. And then in your staff report is saying, oh, sometimes we can't find the technical chair or you can't access them, so you have the board chair do it. So that's when you have to worry about, my God, do you have a situation where some contracts were executed and authorized by a person that is not authorized in Resolution 2020-04? And that raises all the concerns that I raised in the email, including the validity of the agreement, accounting implications, among other things. So that's my main purpose for being here. And since I have 14 seconds, one general statement. I would recommend that the entire item C2 be removed from your staff report. You are making potentially inaccurate material statements that are inconsistent with your audit reports, such as in the MD and A. If you have omissions of material facts, you are not interpreting some of these facts that should be told to the readers of your financial statements. And I'm also concerned that may possibly be inconsistent data being provided to your rating agencies. I think this item raises significant legal liability to you. And I would just recommend this whole thing gets redacted. Legal, outside legal, your auditors sit down, discuss what it is that you think is a misrepresentation, not a misrepresentation, and please protect yourself and protect the public to ensure that you provide accurate information. I think that's I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but that's my recommendation.
Thank you for your comment. Next public commenter. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, Wendy Brecken. What I'm seeing is that, yes, it's important to be transparent and accurate in all your statements, but maybe more importantly, it's important for all the board directors to understand what board policies are impacting these outcomes. The $200 million increase in energy costs should be just a red flag to say, okay, what decisions could we have made differently? What policy changes needs to happen? Because if that kind of outcome continues, it's not going to be a viable entity at some point. So, the number of bundled recs seems to be one issue that needs to be looked at. Whether you say that you're complying, maybe at some point, while it's not great for a government entity to be non-complying with PUC's policies for CCAs, at some point, it's a business decision of, do we want to run ourselves into the ground, or, overall we're doing a good job, but maybe there's some places where there's not additionality, as the gentleman before me was talking about. All these things in these 4-hour meetings or in the finance committee meeting would be great to discuss. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comments in San Rafael? All right, seeing none. Any on Zoom?
I saw, let's see here. I saw Director Painter, City of Napa, as a member of the public with her hand raised earlier, but I don't see it now.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Director Painter, are you there?
I am here. I just want to let you know. I just want to, many of the comments that I had written down have already been shared.
This has been a really robust and really informative discussion. And I think just to reiterate a couple of the points, not to beat a dead horse, but I do think it is really important that our board understand the distinction between operating loss and gain, cost of power purchase, and our net financial position. I think you have articulated that well in changes to this memo. I think those distinctions are not only going to serve to respond, the original purpose of this memo, which was to respond to some of the articles that came out in public comment. But I think it was Director Wilkinson who early on in the meeting talked about how we want to consider options during our budget discussions. And I think we all as board members, particularly those of us who are not finance experts, need to really understand the difference between those operating gains and losses and the really the market that we're in, which is highly variable, highly changing market. That we do have a plan moving forward, and that we understand when we say we're in a net positive position, why we're in that net positive position, which I think is a really good story to tell. But I think it's important that we explain the backstory. And I just want to say thank you to those of you who have been participating in this discussion, and I look forward to more.
Thank you, Director Painter, for sitting in and for your comments. Any other comments online?
I see staff member Vidi with her hand raised.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to comment on one item that was raised today about MCE not procuring fossil-free generation. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification. Yes, it is true that our power content label has showed various amounts of natural gas or other types of power resources in the past. But our policy has always been to not directly source from fossil fuel generators. It might come into our portfolio as a result of either getting power from the market, which in that case it's unspecified, but also we have a couple of other products that we used to purchase in the past, like the PCC2s or something called as ACS, or Asset Controlling Supplier. Basically, we're buying from a portfolio of resources in that case, and with that, some of that power can come from fossil fuel generators, but it has always been our policy to not procure directly from fossil power generators. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you for clarifying, and just looking at the first bullet point, I think kind of in the spirit of what multiple staff as well as board members have said, maybe we can be more specific on that.
I think we can add the words that we use in some of our more lengthy documents, the specified purchases. I think that's the term there. We were trying to keep this layman's terms, but I see. I think adding that's a great idea.
Good.
And I'd like to comment on something else as well when it's the right time.
I just want to make sure we had no other commenters online.
I see no raised hands here.
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, because we've been talking about the increase between our fiscal year ending in 24 and our fiscal year ending in 25 and energy costs, that $200 million increase, I wanted to make sure that we capture one other element that wasn't brought up today, but that was talked about quite a bit when we were presenting our audited financial results in the summer. And we discussed this also at our retreat and in a couple of other meetings. And that is that a big portion of that $100 million that we weren't expecting came from the VAMO contract. This is a resource that that your board authorized that we purchased from PG&E, and it's a unique product because you buy it without knowing how much you're going to get and without knowing how much it's going to cost. And we chose to do it because it was a lot cheaper than the alternative. But what happened and what we baked into our financial projections was what the market price reference was at the time that we entered into the VAMO contract. But after the fact, the market rate price that was assigned by the CPUC was quite a bit higher. And we also ended up with a lot more volumes than we were expecting. And so that had an impact on our overall quantity of resources for the year. That's why we hit almost 70% renewable content for that power content label that year. But it did result in a hit of $80 million to our budget. And it was due to CPUC rules that we don't have the ability to change. We do not expect to have VAMO contracts again, I don't think. So that's the good news. But I just want to put that into the mix as we think about it. It's, there's a lot of course, question marks. Well, gosh, that seems like a big jump from one year to the next. What were the reasons for it? Well, we knew energy costs were going up. We baked in an extra $100 million, but then we got an extra $100 million on top of that in energy costs. Where did it come from? Well, $80 million was from VAMO, and then $36 million, as you might recall, because we talked about this a whole lot of times, is we got an early invoice from PG&E for deliveries that were going to happen later in the year. We got the invoice right in March, right at the tail end of our fiscal year, and the invoice that we initially got was much higher than what we ended up negotiating the final amount down a bit. But I just wanted folks to know that lumpiness that we talked about before and that uncertainty that can come from the regulatory sector creates a lot of that volatility that we're navigating every year. And I appreciate that we are looking at ways to really collaborate together to navigate all of these challenges. And it starts with understanding what the challenges are. So I appreciate the conversation.
Can I follow up just with one really quick question? The PCC1 RECs that you purchased in 2025, is there still flexibility as to whether we apply those to our RPS for 2025 or whether we can put those aside for a future year?
We don't do banking for future years, so no.
We don't because that's a policy, or we can't because we're a CCA?
Well, gosh, I'm just going by what the policy is that we follow. I don't know if we could change the policy, but it's possible. It would affect our power content label.
Sure, but...
And we do retire the RECs at the end of each year.
So you retire them, but does that mean you can't apply them to a future year?
Correct. Once you retire something, you can't use it again.
Right, but for RPS standards, have you already, everything you procured in 2025, you now are locked in and you have to apply that to the 2025 renewable portfolio standard?
That is my understanding, but Vidi or Sabrina may have more to add there.
Yeah, I can explain that. So compliance is typically looked at in 3 or 4 year chunks. So yes, it is true that we've retired the RECs for 2025, but the current compliance year goes from 2025 to 2027. So these RECs can still be used for the 25 to 2027 compliance period. But to Dawn's earlier point, we've already retired the 2025 RECs, but we can make a decision on whether we want to continue doing that for 26 or 27. So that's really up to.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and also just to clarify, when Vidi's referring to the compliance period, that is the California Energy Commission's timeframe for and CPUC for RPS, or Renewable Portfolio Standard compliance. So those are 3 year chunks, but that's on a different cycle than the power content label, which is an annual CEC paradigm.
I mean, I certainly think with all of these financial constraints, that's a worthwhile discussion to be having as well in terms of how we treat those RECs going forwards.
I would also like to suggest at the beginning of this memo, right, it states that the purpose is to respond to specific reporting in the IJ, and just in the spirit of collaboration and the fact that it also is responding to public comments made in meetings as well as from directors. I just wonder if we can take that piece out, kind of that introductory, and make it a little bit more broader, that it's more about conveying accurate information versus responding to information, because I think there's some differences of opinion between the IJ and MCE staff and individual board members and members of the public on what's inaccurate, what's maybe could be explained better. So just in that spirit of collaboration, I wonder if we can make it a little more general. And then I think it'll also carry this document out further, right? It's not just a moment in time responding to what was here, but maybe it's something we update periodically as well. And having Jared on board and doing a great job keeping us informed with talking points and such, I think that could be helpful. Okay.
Dr. Perret?
Yeah. Just before you go, I just wanted to, if you can, also in your comments, Director Nakamura, I'd love to hear from board members on how they'd like to proceed on this item specifically. If this is something we want staff to bring back to XCOM, if we want staff to bring it to the board. There was a member of the public who suggested not proceeding with this document. So just if in your comments, I don't know if you were going to comment on that, I'd like to start moving us to a conclusion on this item.
Sure. Just brief, I will keep this brief. I do think that the context for this document is important. I think also adding the footnotes wherever possible is very important. And I don't think that we should necessarily scrub this from the agenda. It has taken up a significant amount of time. It has been a very valuable conversation that we have had. I think I think that there's a lot of value to the document and this discussion, and so I think that's where I'm landing.
Thank you. Anyone else in Concord wish to weigh in on kind of next steps on this?
Director Perret, this is Director Murphy. I too think that the conversation that we had today was very valuable. I think because of it, it would be necessary for us to move this document forward. What I see here is just this would be obviously a piece of the approval of the consent calendar. I would ask, going back to what Director Scales-Preston mentioned, that this document with the amendments be sent out to the rest of the board of directors. I think it's a great tool to have during what has been somewhat of some challenging moments over the last couple of months in terms of communications and public affairs. But I do think, again, I'm very grateful for the conversation today, and I think it would be very necessary, given the conversation and given the outcomes of the conversation. More importantly, that we move the item forward. And if the rest of the committee is open to it, I'm happy to make a motion with those corrections to approve the consent calendar. But I'll of course, let the rest of the committee speak.
Director Murphy, just to clarify, are you suggesting that staff put this on the board agenda in the future, or that we just email it out to the other board members as kind of an FYI?
I'm open to both options, of course. I think this is an item on today's agenda, so I think we should move forward in terms of approval with those corrections today. I do think that it seems like this is more of a report out, so again, leaning into how staff thinks is helpful, but I did hear a suggestion from Director Scales-Preston to send this out directly to the members of the board so that folks can hopefully read and digest this. And if this can be added on the consent calendar, of course, that's our directive today to decide what the what the board agenda consent calendar is. I'm happy to add that as well. I don't see harm in ensuring that this what is seen as corrections to misinformation broadly. I don't see any harm in ensuring that this is added to multiple platforms, especially again given the conversation today and the clarities that came out of today's conversation, but also some of the challenges around communication of the past couple of months.
Thank you. Director Scales-Preston or Director Darling, did you want to weigh in or?
Yes, thank you, Chair Perry. Yeah, I also agree. As I shared earlier, I think it's something that should be emailed to the board. As I mentioned, with having 27 new board members, I have board members asking questions from past board meetings, or they've been talking to other board members and they're just trying to understand and get clarification, and they're learning, right? And so I think having the fact sheet in front of them would be helpful moving forward. I think sending it to them via email as well as moving it forward to the consent calendar for the meeting later this month is also helpful, is in both places, in case the public is interested in reading it or in case our board members want to review it and follow up with staff if they have any further questions. I appreciate the conversation. It's been great, and I think it's been helpful of just having a better understanding around how some of the things that we're saying is similar, right? Just because of all the different caveats and how we look at our finances. And so I would be happy to second that motion that Director Murphy just made. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Darling?
Ditto.
And Director Perry, before we move on, I just want to make sure, because I know we didn't finish the document in its entirety. Director Andres, I just wanted to check in with you. Was there anything else within this document that you had some questions about or concerns? Because we have spent a lot of time on the document. Since we have spent so much time on it, I just want to make sure we are able to address all those concerns before sending it out.
Yeah, and I think, just given the amount of time that we've already spent on this, I think that I do have issues with that fact or fiction table, but I'm just going to email in my comments. I mean, this is, just in the interest of time. I am going to say that I am concerned that this document, while I felt like this discussion today was very productive, I am concerned that this document, one, doesn't really address a lot of the issues, the core issues that have been raised, and those core issues are coming. And secondly, I do think that section on our procurement, energy procurement, I don't think it reflects well on our agency. I think we should just strike that. Honestly, that's just, we need to deal with it from a board governance perspective. But I just, anyways, that's my point is I feel like the downsides of circulating this document outweigh the, we can educate the board members, but I think one, we really need to address the core issues. And two, that whole section on the procurement, I think, if I were a member of the public reading it, I don't think it reflects well on our agency. So I would strike that entire section.
Director Scales Preston.
And I'm leaning towards not distributing this document beyond, the board members as an FYI. I wouldn't put it on the board agenda.
Okay, so I think what we're trying to get to today, right, is a point in which we either approve this document as an executive committee for public consumption, or that we recommend to the board that the board do it, either on consent or as an agenda item, right? So I want to just clarify, I mean, there's a suggestion of striking out a section. I don't know if staff or any...
Procurement section.
Just want to get us somewhere where
I understand. I just have a clarifying question.
Yeah. Which section specifically?
It's on page 9 of the PDF. It says power procurement and content.
Got it.
Yeah.
So are you, maybe what you're focused on is removing the section that relates to the process of approving contracts. But I just want to confirm that. I'm assuming the first 4 bullets there where we're really, or the first 3 bullets, and then towards the end, probably the remaining 6 bullets really get at how we purchase energy and renewables and the different energy products. There was quite a bit of that included in the recent IJ articles that likely created some misunderstandings among the public. And so I'm expecting that you would want some of this content to be here so that members of the public can, and our board can understand how we do our power procurement portfolio planning. But is that safe to say that the part you're recommending removing is just about the contract process, contract approval process, like starting with bullet 4?
I think the questions that the public have around the signing the contracts is anyone can clearly read what the resolution, 2020-04 says. I think the rest of it that describes what qualifies as consultation with the technical committee and the fact that we have the board chair authorizing these contracts when it does not state in resolution 2020-04 that she is authorized to, I just think I don't see how having this document out in the public realm as a rebuttal to misinformation serves us in any way. We need to deal with these issues. It needs to be agendized. The board needs to have a discussion. I don't think that this is a good explanation for what is happening at this agency.
Director, I appreciate your concern and just want to flag in the effort to be transparent here. And I think that that's what this information provides, since this has been brought up in multiple board meetings and via the public, to identify what our processes are as a public agency. And then just a flag that, this has been circulated via the executive committee packet. So it is already considered public. Members of the public have this. It's on our website as part of the packet. So I just want to flag that in an effort to identify this material is out there.
Can I make a suggestion on that one? Because I think you're raising an interesting point. So what if that one particular bullet remains, but then you add a statement that the executive committee is exploring, or we anticipate discussions about potential changes to this process, or whatever it is, because it's capturing the current state, is it not? Like you're not disputing that, you're disputing whether it's the right structure, right?
I'm saying is this the right forum in a memo that is talking about rebutting misinformation? I don't see any misinformation that we're trying to rebut here.
Well,
So
but I think
my
it's an
suggestion, right,
opportunity, it's an educational memo, because you got to give background, right? You got to give, if you're coming in cold because you're reading IJ articles, you need this sort of foundational information. And the facts and the fiction, so I'm just going to fast forward, the facts and the fiction table, if I'm looking at you because I think that's your department, I would recommend some type of iconography, some type of icon that differentiates the fact from the fiction, because they're all mixed in and there's no color differentiation. I don't particularly understand why, you might want to just separate, have a statement of facts and then a piece that's clarifying, Mythbusters or whatever with the fiction. Also, if there's statements, and if those are verbatim statements, I would put them in quotes. If they're statements or if they're myths or whatever it is, but if it's a statement that's been made, I'd name it personally.
I suggested we remove the first, is it one or two sentences right at the top of the memo, right? That makes this specific to the IJ. Number one, there's some statements right here that are refuting things not made by the IJ, but made by members of the public in meetings, right? And then secondly, right, that's just kind of a point in time capture. We've already had multiple, rebuttals from staff. We had an opinion piece by our CEO, by Director Fuller, right?
Here's some relevant foundational, overview information.
Yeah.
In addition to clarifying the factual inaccuracies.
Because if you make it broader, right, then it's not responding to inaccuracies. It's stating facts, some of which might be in response to discussions and topics that have been had. Does that make sense?
Director Perret.
Yes.
This is Director Nakamura. I
Go
think
ahead.
Director Hellman has a good point about making, putting in writing in a caveat about the, I think it was the procurement section where the executive committee, have we planned to make changes? Did we get to that point where we will revisit that 2020-?
It's anticipated that it will be under review, or there's been some, feedback from, select members of there's lots of ways to sort of couch it to signal that this is how it is today, but maybe changing downstream.
Correct. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's important, right, on that is not saying what changes we might make or that specifically we will make changes because we don't know that yet, but that board policy changes over time.
Can I just make? I think this is fine with the edits. I would just suggest that you do have audit and legal just review what you're planning to put out, just to make sure that we're not creating additional exposures for ourselves in any way. I think that would be helpful. And I'm ambivalent as to whether this goes in the next board packet. I just hope it isn't pulled for a 4-hour discussion, or whether it's sent out just directly to the whole board. I'm ambivalent about that.
And I would just say, there was a point that, Catalina, our general counsel, made, which I think was a good one, which is that, this already is in the public, but where it's not, right, is on the website, right, or it's not being used as talking points, right? And I think where we can get with this, right, is if we have something that we all feel comfortable with, right? That's something for us to rely on if asked by the press or members of the public with questions. It's something that we feel good as a board, right? Where we might disagree on different policy questions, but we agree at least on the facts. And I think that's really critical because I think there's been disagreements about what the facts are or how we talk about them. And so this discussion has been really helpful, I think, to get to a shared set of facts.
Yeah, this is Director Darling. I second that from Chair Perret. When you have a Rudy nutty problem, it always helps to have a common set of facts that we can all agree on. And then we can go from there and identify the policy issues. The other thing, we've already, on this side of the bay, have been using these points because we're getting queries from the local news media. And we can use this and say, well, this is what MCE does. And so it's, even though it's public, but it's not official yet, it's already been useful for us.
Thank you, Director. All right, Director Andre, do you feel like there's specifics in the fact versus fiction section that you want to suggest changes to, or are you comfortable with us approving this today?
I think we just move to a vote.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we had a motion from Director Murphy and a second from Director Scales Preston.
Can we clarify the motion for the record?
Yeah. Director Murphy, do you want to clarify?
I'll clarify that. And the motion, I wanted to move to approve the rest of the consent calendar with the edits and amendments that we made to item C2, including.
We haven't got into C3 yet. So do you want to hold and have a discussion on C3 first, or do you want to just vote on C2 first?
So we'll stick to C2 in that case, and I'm happy to make that motion.
Kathleen, before we vote, would you mind just confirming whether this will receive some legal and audit review before it is sent out again?
Yes, we'll be happy to review it and make sure that it represents all of the accurate information that we've talked about today.
Okay. And Director Murphy, just to clarify, this will be put on the board agenda for January on consent, or no?
So the current board agenda for January already includes this. So yeah. I didn't. Okay. I thought we weren't voting on C3, so I didn't want to. I was kind of packaging it. Yeah. What I will say is that I would suggest that we turn it into a label that says corrections to local misinformation. I think that would be inclusive of all aspects of the misinformation that we're addressing here.
Would you be open to an amendment to that, just to strike the word misinformation and say something along the lines of, fact sheet, MCE fact sheet, something a little more broader?
I do want to express that I think in support of our staff that look, we are addressing with this memo misinformation. And I think that it would be helpful to identify it as such. But given that we spent an hour and a half on this conversation, I'm open to all solutions. Okay. I do think that we should address it as correction to local misinformation, because I think that's what we have been addressing through this memo.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. I'm just cognizant of what Director Andre suggested around the procurement section being broader than responding to things that might have been positive. But
yes, and I hear Director.
But if that's the motions, that's the motion.
And that what I'm expressing is that I think that this is a statement of correction, and so I think what we're seeing moving forward is something different, which means that we may have to, we may review policies in the future, but at this point, the state is a state of addressing local misinformation to me. But I'm open to a change if there's a change specific to that title.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I share Director Andre's concerns, particularly the fact or fiction sheet at the end. I don't think any of these things were raised in the IJ, as far as I'm aware. They're just, you want to put those out there as statements of fact. And so I don't think we can say that all of this is in response to misstatements anywhere. I think it's just we want a factual detailing of how MCE operates.
This is Director Darling. The Contra Costa paper carried editorial from a local taxpayer group that had many of these things in it. We need to make sure that we are very clear what it is we are doing and what the value proposition is with MCE.
Okay. Director Darling, the current agenda item, right, is called Corrections to the Marin Independent Journal and Misinformation. Do you have any suggestion for a difference? Director Murphy suggested local misinformation as one, or are you agreeing with that, or do you have another suggestion?
I think local misinformation captures it. It says,
Do you want to say recent publicity? Do you want to mention the fact?
Recent articles and opinion pieces about MCE have contained factual inaccuracies and misinformation.
Yeah, I think that's better. I mean, local information can be next door nonsense, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
the next door nonsense, we can't really solve that problem. But
my point is that I think you want to clarify that the confusion and the dust storm and all the attention resulted from media.
Yeah.
Local media.
Yeah, you could just say there have been a number of articles and opinion pieces recently in the media about MCE.
How about response to local reporting or local, well, there's opinion pieces, local
reporting
news.
Are
you adverse to getting the word news in there?
No, I just think the word misinformation will result in a split executive committee vote on this, and that's unfortunate. And it could also result in a further conversation at the board for multiple hours because people will be upset with that word. That's what I imagine.
It's upsetting. Misinformation is, it's a sign of the times that we're in. And I think we need to name it personally.
Just remembering Director Andre's charge for us to assume good intentions and try to be unified as a board. So I'm trying to carry that into 2026. And if we have a split vote on this, that's fine. That's, appropriate and understood. But
so I guess
I'd hate for us to just do that on the name.
I think we need to really think about the experience of staff.
Understood.
I also think it's relevant to keep in mind our policy around misinformation and misleading statements. Board approved a policy regarding that exact thing during our early formative year. And I think that it's a good reminder to all of us, including our board members, that we need to ensure that we're avoiding misinformation or misleading statements. That I think that is part of what stems from some of the recent discussions in the last year. So just wanted to make sure that's on the table as well as part of our thinking.
Sorry, one more thought. Misinformation is not always intentional. And what I've learned in the last 3.5 hours is what I thought I understood to be very complex, it's way more complex, right? So how can a local reporter who spends maybe 2 hours talking to folks on the board, maybe does a little bit of research, there's no way you could embrace, digest, understand the complexity. And so, you could consider putting language in there about that. It was possibly not intentional. This is extremely complex domain, content, et cetera.
Can I just say something? I just feel like, the word misinformation is, I don't feel that members of the press and even the people who wrote those articles, I don't think they were spreading misinformation. I mean, let's just take for one example, the net operating income loss. That's not misinformation. That is factual. And yet we've got a whole section in the finance section talking about other stuff. So, what misinformation are we trying to dispel? All we're trying to do is we are trying to rebut whatever other people have put out there. I mean, there have been
respectfully, the word loss is not appropriate. I have 20 years. It's not in financial services. I thought we talked about that term is not accurate.
It is. There was an operating loss in fiscal 2025. That is accurate.
It was a higher cost.
No.
Oh, are we talking about two different things?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was an
No,
operating.
no. I want to interject here because Director Hellman is accurate. We just clarified this 20 minutes ago, and we were explaining the difference in energy costs from one year to the next.
Right.
It was an increase in costs.
Right, but
And that's
there was
different.
also an operating loss in fiscal 2025. That is also correct.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying is we are trying to rebut something that people have pointed out, and it's true. But we have this whole section here, talking about other stuff, and it's not misinformation. That's what is out there.
Yeah,
It's not necessarily misinformation.
I retract my statement. I would just add that was it a comprehensive full look at the full picture? And is that where you start to get into the realm of, well, it's not the whole story here, right? We just spent 3 hours talking about all this, right? So was it an incomplete story? And so then it becomes misinformation.
So Director
let me
Perret,
try.
Director Perret, I'm gonna, it's my motion, so I'm gonna make
Go
an amendment
ahead.
because I hear the committee. So with those corrections and with that alignment, let's have the item read ensuring accuracy and local information. Would that be okay for the committee? Ensuring accuracy and local information.
Yeah. I mean, I've suggested have something around calling it a fact sheet and not specific to, but.
So this is the item, this is how the item would read, Chair.
Yeah.
The attachments and amendments to the item can read as you suggested. But I think just in fairness of the conversation moving forward, I'm hearing Director Andre, I'm hearing you, ensuring accuracy and local information allows this to be, I think this is a great compromise.
Okay. That's fine by me with the understanding, right, that first paragraph is being struck, right? That's what I'm hearing from Director Murphy.
The first paragraph of the first attachment, you're saying?
Yeah. Not the memo, not the summary, but the actual document. Yeah, that. I don't know how to.
So Director Perret, excuse me, Chair Perret, you're asking for the statement that read the articles and opinions pieces about MCE published ... corrections and clarifications. You would like to strike that from the memo.
I think our conversation today is that this is much more broad. I think Director Hellman is correctly identified as being very complex. I think Director Andre has pointed out correctly that it's more broad, and that if we make it very limited to that, reporting in the IJA, right? Director Darling pointed out there's been opinion pieces in Contra Costa, right? So I think making it a little more broader by striking that makes a lot of sense.
Can I try my paragraph just to see if it goes? It says there has been local reporting and editorials that contain incorrect information. This document provides correct information and additional context so that people may better understand the issues or something like that. Because the additional context, I think, is what people are, we have a lot of additional context here that we've been talking about for 3 hours.
I don't think you can say incorrect. I think you can say incomplete.
You can say
Incorrect is
incorrect and or incomplete. There have been incorrect things said in the media.
in the opinion piece you're saying that you had published over there, or
There have been clearly inaccurate statements in the Marin IJ articles as well.
Because I think that's where this gets confusing, is that if there's inaccurate statements, they should be stated what the statement was and why it's not correct. But that's not, because the facts and fiction have nothing to do with what was in the IJ. You just created a whole bunch of information which is useful that you want to put out there. But I don't think have you quoted the IJ here on any of these?
These are not direct quotes to the IJ.
Yeah. So I think if you're going to accuse somebody of being inaccurate, you need to say what the statement was and then rebut it with factual information.
As the memo says, much of the reporting that's happened over the last several months has brought up a lot of the talking points that have been levied against MCE and other CCAs in previous years.
Right.
And that's the genesis of the fact versus fiction document, which is a separate document from the corrections document.
Right. But again, it's incomplete is different than inaccurate, because otherwise you could get the IJ coming back to you and saying, which statement are you saying is incorrect and where's the proof of that?
We do have a list of corrections of actual quotes from IJ articles and corrections that we've sent to the IJ a couple of times. They're not willing to print those corrections. Those were not included in the packet here today, and we're happy to provide them separately, but we thought they wouldn't be as useful for the public. They contain things like which staff member drafted a memo, for example. There's a lot of things that probably wouldn't be useful for the general public, but we're happy to include those as well. We do have that as a separate list.
I mean, it'd be good to share this, and they don't feel very material to what you're trying to achieve here, which is to present a complete picture of where MCE is operating. And so I still would err away from misinformation, more towards complete information in the interests of transparency, etc. That to me would make more sense.
I could go for incorrect or incomplete information. But I think it's important to say there are some things that have been said that are not correct.
And Director Darling, if I may, I think there's some, I think one of the challenges, right, is we do have a reporter in the room, right, from the Marin IJ who wrote a 4-part series. There's also been separate articles. There's also been columns from Dick Spotswood, who writes a regular twice weekly column in the IJ. There's also been opinion pieces, including from Director Kohler, from our CEO, and from members of the public. So I think sometimes we start conflating all of those things. And so I think that's part of Director Wilkinson's point, right? Which is, if we want to be aggressive in painting a complete picture, right, with accurate information. But this isn't a document. This is not the document refuting specific misinformation or inaccurate information. That sounds like it's a separate document, which I think we've seen as well, that Jared put together that I found helpful. But that's not what this is, right?
I also think that looks much less defensive if you just lead with facts rather than accusing people of making stuff up. We just look like we're on the defense.
Are you open, Director Darling, just to call it complete information?
Let's see. I could keep drafting. I do think while I think it's important, if we can get past this and everybody can say that this is factual and correct, because that is the basic thing that we as a board need to have so that we can go back to being functional.
Correct.
I'm willing to, I know Director Nakamura is looking at me funny.
And my understanding is I believe everyone in this room would say that is correct and factual and accurate. I think where there's a disagreement or concern is that saying this is refuting things that have been published, but then not actually citing what those things are or what they say. I think that's where there's concern, if that makes sense. But if we make it if we just say it's to paint a complete picture, to provide context, to provide accuracy, everyone agrees on that. And I think that will move us forward as a board and as a committee, is if we can agree on a set of facts. But I think that's different, right, than pointing to specific cases of either an opinion piece or a column or a statement from a board member, right? We're conflating a lot of different pieces here, right? And so I think just using this as a shared set of facts that we all agree on, I think is really important.
I'll just weigh in here real quick because I got accused of looking at her funny, but I wasn't. I was staring into space. I think that what is really important here to me in this, for the context that we've been hashing out over here, is that in the first paragraph, it talks about a series of articles by a particular news agency and that also ignored the opportunity to correct misinformation. I think misinformation is there is misinformation in the community, there's no doubt. But there were repeated attempts to correct the record with the managing editor and the publisher. This is one example. Yes, there are other examples as well, but this is really important. I think that there is misinformation because that is in the community because the correct information's been, and the attempts to correct the information has been ignored. So that's where I'm at. I want to support this as well, but that's what I wanted to be able to say as well.
Director Skills, Preston, I want to call on you. I'm sorry if I cut you off earlier.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I added in the first sentence. I know we're mentioning the Marin Independent Journal, but if we can also, as just for directors who are new and that are reading and trying to understand, that I think we should also mention that our East Bay Times local paper, that there was an article, public comment over the past 2 or 3 months, as well as board member comments, so that within that first paragraph is sharing all of this information. And some of this information has been misinformation, but I just think it's helpful for new board members to understand where the information is coming from. So it has came from all of those things.
Thank you, Director.
Jared, do you mind me just asking you, my experience with the IJ in relation to our little local government is when they make a misstatement, they correct it on the online version. What was the reason if there were factual misstatements, why would the IJ not correct those when you approach them? That's not my experience of them.
I can't speak for the process of the IJ and why they didn't correct things.
All right. We're at a little bit of a standstill here.
Director Perry, Director Wilkerson, you make a good point. Working for an elected official over the past 24 years, usually if there's a statement in the newspaper, you're usually able to reach back out to the newspaper with the information and provide the information that's cited as well so that the reporter can go and see that information to make sure it's accurate. And they usually will update the article online.
Yeah, Catalina.
Can I offer some more language that I think captures hopefully everyone and will move us along? So I think if we're talking about the opening paragraph, it would be addressing misinformation in the public sphere and providing a more complete picture of recent issues facing MCE. Would that satisfy folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Andre?
Look, I appreciate all these efforts, Chair. I think we should just move to a vote. I mean, whatever changes you guys are interested in, I think we should just move to a vote. We've spent a lot of time on this.
Okay. I'll also that's fine. I think My concern on misinformation is it's defensive, right? It's saying we're responding to something, but we're not saying specifically what we're responding to, versus saying, right, that here's our story, right? Here's our facts. Here's our context. Here's our complete picture. It's different than saying people are accusing us of stuff and here's the response, because we're not saying that in this document. We may have said that individually in conversations with the IJ. We may have said that in the previous memo, right? But that's not what this is. But if there's a strong feeling from the board on that, I'm fine to let that go. All right, we have a motion from Director Murphy. We have a second from Director Scales Preston to, I suppose the wording is to approve or recommend to the board, if it's going to be on the board agenda, this item C2 with the new wording that Director Murphy previously stated.
And with the additional amendments as
And with
discussed
the
today.
additional amendments as discussed.
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Can we please have the roll call?
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes?
Walnut Creek,
Yes.
Pinole,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Larkspur,
No.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Belvedere.
I'm going to abstain.
Say that again. You abstained? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you, Clerk, and thank you, everyone, for that very rich discussion. All right, item number 3, and then after this, I'd like to take a brief pause to see how we want to proceed with the remaining items. There was a suggestion for a special meeting, et cetera. So maybe think about that as we're going through C3. All right, C3, review updated draft board agenda. I guess, Director Andre, you requested this be taken off consent?
Yes, so a couple of comments. One, I would recommend moving the voting process discussion up. I think that how we vote and the methodology is going to impact all of the other discussion items. And so I think we need to address that issue up front. And I would recommend that we move that right after the roll call so that we can have that discussion.
Chair Scales Preston, are you open to that?
Before commenting, if I could just flag that there is a closed session that is scheduled. So just wanted to clarify if you're suggesting that this item, which would probably involve quite a bit of discussion and dialogue, occur even before the consent calendar and before the closed session. And before there are some other items on the agenda, like the Corby battery storage and some other items that board members have requested with a very high level of importance. So I just want to clarify where exactly you're suggesting that item 11 be moved.
So I'm suggesting that we move it either before the consent calendar or before the closed session.
So before, and item 10, just by the way, is a carryover from our last board meeting that we didn't get to it in time. So also before item 10.
I would say before, again, either after item 4, which is before consent calendar item 5, I would probably put it there, because we are going to be voting on a new chair. We're going to be voting on the consent calendar items. We are going to be voting on the governance assessment. I think we need clarity around how the votes are going to be counted. So I don't know how we vote if we don't have clarity around how the votes are going to be counted. So I think we have to move that. I think we have to move that item up.
Director Scales Preston?
Yes. Just want to check in with staff. Are the votes the same process as we always vote, right?
That's correct. This item would be informational to provide how our current voting process has been and how it continues to be conducted. it's up for discussion. But again, these are resulted from our JPA and operating rules. So there's not a lot of changes that can happen without amending those documents, which follow a very different process. This is Director Darling. I had a question for Catalina. So if there was consensus on the board that the current voting rules need to be modified, we would not be able to modify them at this meeting. We would have to bring it back to probably XCOM to talk about it like we have in the past when we've amended the operating agreement. Correct that we would not be able to make the decision at that meeting to change it. But we could bypass XCOM if wanted to and go directly to the next board meeting. Although I know that the executive committee is always something that we kind of hash out those issues. So as a first go, so yes, we would go back to either XCOM or the board with the updated item to change.
But it would not change votes that night.
Correct.
Director Wilkinson?
Can I just then ask Catalina, of all of the items that are action items on the agenda, which one of them are administrative and which one are a CCA issue?
For the purpose of weighted voting.
Yeah, which ones are going to have a weighted vote associated with them? Because that the finance committee was defined as a CCA issue was the piece that I think was bewildering. And so I think it's important to understand what legal analysis drove that decision, and greater clarity on what types of decisions fall under CCA issues rather than administrative issues going forward, and therefore which of these items will fall under a weighted vote.
And before we jump into that, I have one other thing I wanted to check in on, because I think that we might be looking at this from two different vantage points. First is the question you just raised about which of these items are part of the CCA, so to speak, as far as the JPA voting requirements. The other question I think that might be where you're coming from, Director Andre, is what is the order that we call the roll? That is when the order that we called the roll was different in our last board meeting. That is what I believe sparked the interest in having a conversation about it.
Well, it's both issues. It's the roll call order, but also the use of weighted voting. Like, why were we using weighted voting on the Standing Finance Committee? And I think that is a board question, and the board needs to decide how it's going to, when the board needs to decide the definition of general administrative matters and what falls under those categories, and where we would use one member, one vote instead of the weighted voting. So that's where we need clarification. And that is where, again, if we're going to be voting on items that night, I think we need to have clarification around what's the voting methodology.
Yeah. And also just to provide a little context for folks that might be new to the conversation, may not know all the background that came before, and Director Scales-Pressman may have more to add on this, but the reason that the roll call order changed was because there were questions about how the weighted vote shows up and how it applies. It's always been part of our tracking system, but because we were going in alphabetical order instead of weighted vote order, there was confusion. And we were getting questions, I know, from you, Director Andre, and also from a couple of other board members. And as a result, there was discussion about, well, let's make it more clear and more transparent. And that is what prompted the change in the order of the calling of the roll. But there was never a change made to the weighted vote. It was simply just the order of the roll call. So that's why I wanted to clarify what
correct the record. I have never once asked for the change in the roll call order. That's an incorrect statement. Secondly, I think
Director Andre, I just want to clarify, I didn't make that statement. I didn't say you asked for that. I'm saying that was an effort to clarify and create more transparency based on questions you were asking about the weighted vote.
I asked questions about the weighted vote, but not in relation to the roll call order. Yeah. So I asked questions about the weighted vote because in relation to the Standing Finance Committee vote, because my reading of the JPA agreement and also our operating rules and regulations is that general administrative matters fall under one member, one vote. And so I questioned why we were implementing a weighted voting methodology when we were voting on the Standing Finance Committee, on the creation of the Standing Finance Committee. That was my question. And so I think that's a board decision in terms, and it's still unclear to me who made the decision to go to a weighted voting for the Standing Finance Committee, because to me that is a general and administrative matter. And so if it's unclear what a general administrative matter is, then I think the board needs to have that discussion, and we need to clarify that in the JPA agreement and also in our operating rules and agreements. Because when I look at this agenda item, is the election of a chair and vice chair, is that a general administrative matter? Is the Corby battery energy storage system, I don't know if we're going to vote on that, but is the governance assessment, is that a general administrative matter? So there are questions here that I think many members or many directors were blindsided by the fact that, we changed or that we utilized a weighted voting methodology on the creation of a Standing Finance Committee. And so that's why there was a letter that was submitted to the board chair asking that this topic be agendized, because that we need clarity around how when, under which situations will we be using a weighted voting versus a one member, one vote.
Thank you for that. And I would direct you to the email that I provided prior to that meeting, where I did provide legal analysis to all of the board members on the both the JPA and the operating rules. And I don't want to get into this matter too much because this is not an agendized item, but we will be. It is agendized for the board meeting that's happening in January, and we can talk more about that. But happy to identify the operating rules do state that the election of an officer, which would be board chair or vice chair, would be considered a general administrative matter, but it has a higher a higher voting amount. It's not just the majority of those present. It takes into account the majority of the entire membership of the board. So we would need a vote of 20 under our current membership of 38 in order to pass that item. So that is something that we've addressed in previous years where we've had to elect chairs and vice chairs. So we've identified that. And then per the JPA, the general intent is that every item is a CCA weighted vote item or voting share if it's not, unless it's a non-energy CCA matter. And what I recall providing to all of the board members is that, the board could be delegating delegating authority to the finance committee that the board would have that would require a weighted vote. And so in order to set up the committee, one should do that with using the weighted vote to ensure that a item that would pass at the committee level would have also passed under the same scrutiny and rules at the board level. And I'm happy to go into more detail about that offline and in the future at the board meeting.
Catalina, would you mind just clarifying the government assessment? Is that a one person, one vote, or is that a weighted vote?
I haven't reviewed that staff report yet, so I'm not quite sure all of the details that are in there, but I'd be happy to circle back with the entire executive committee with that answer.
Because that's a very important issue. And so I agree with Stephanie that the voting question, even if it can't be addressed in the meeting, should be moved up.
So it seems like we have a suggestion to move this item after item number 4. Is that the suggestion? Don and Chair Scales Preston, is that something you're amenable to?
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
No matter where this item about the voting process lands, any changes, if we were to make any changes, I don't think we could make changes and have them impact anything that's on the agenda. This is just a discussion item at this point, and it's not on the agenda to make any changes to the voting process. So where it falls on the agenda won't matter. unless I'm missing something here, Director Andre, if there's something here on the agenda that would warrant moving it sooner, because even if we want to make any changes, we can't do that as it's agendized now.
I think if I may, there was a letter that was circulated from a subset of the board encouraging this to be on the agenda. And so not everyone on that letter, if I recall, sits on the executive committee, so they won't be privy to this conversation and hearing the responses necessarily. So I think there could be value in answering these questions. Otherwise, what I fear, right, is every agenda item, there's going to be a long discussion about this exact thing versus kind of addressing it up front before we get to the other items. But I don't know, Chair Scales President, if you agree with that, but that would be my concern.
If you want to weigh in, I don't see it changing the outcome of anything on the agenda.
Understood.
Whenever we discuss.
Yep.
Thank you.
Justine, I think, had a
I just
comment
have
on
a
this.
general logistical manner that my staff, specifically internal operations, would prefer to have it be after closed session. That's due to how closed session is going to be run. We are in a big open space in Concord. Those of you who've been there have seen it's wonderful for large events and hosting people. For a closed session, we're actually renting space on the first floor of the conference room to bring down members of the public and staff to sit and wait through closed session. We only have that space for a period of time. It closes earlier than it isn't through the end of the night. So our team's preference would be to have closed session before any long conversations on this agenda. I just wanted to clarify, if we lose that space, I'm sure I could find somewhere in the building to cram people, but I just wanted to add that small layer that you might not be aware of.
Thank you. I was unaware of that. Appreciate the context. Director Scales Preston.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Nakamura. I agree. I don't think it doesn't matter where it is on the agenda because it's a discussion item. And so we would have to have another meeting if we were going to change any type of policies. What Dawn had mentioned earlier was with regards to why the order looked different on the screen. And so what I remember at that time, there was an email going back and forth between Director Andres and Catalina with information of some of the policies of the reason why we do weighted vote versus one member, one director first in one vote. And so there was an attachment to that email showing the votes and how they're done. So I think in terms of transparency, since that was a question leading up to that board meeting, that same item that was attached in the email was the same, the way the votes were, how it was laid out was the same way it was shown on the screen. And so I think what didn't provide transparency was the rest of the board members, the full board who didn't sit on the executive committee, didn't understand why that change had happened. And I think the change happened and occurred just so to make sure that since there was back and forth between Director Andres and Catalina of explaining the process of how the vote would be performed that day, was to make sure to show that on the screen since that was the conversation that was going back and forth via email.
Again, for the record, that email exchange is being mischaracterized. I never, ever wanted to change the roll call order. And I also dispute whether one member of the board is allowed, board chair is allowed to just change the roll call order without board authorization. And so that's the whole crux of this voting issue, is who gets to decide. And I think as a board, the board needs to decide how we're going to call the roll, what constitutes a general administrative matter, when are we going to use weighted voting. And if there's any ambiguity in our documents, then the board needs to provide clarity. on its own documents. The board needs to interpret its own documents, and it needs to provide clarity on its own documents. And so that's why this agenda item, that's why several other directors have asked for this item to be agendized, is because there is ambiguity. And it's not up to just one person, and it's not up to chief legal counsel to determine how these things run. We are the board of directors. These are our rules, and we need to agree on what the rules are, especially around voting.
Can I just jump in there as well? Because it might be useful for all of us to have our own city's legal counsel or county legal counsel review it, because my general counsel certainly has a different interpretation of what constitutes a general administrative matter. So it is worthy of discussion. And the other concern of putting the biggest agencies first and having a weighted vote is that after about the 10th vote, if everybody votes yes, the rest of us must just go home because we're done. And so that completely diminishes the power of minority agencies within this organization. And that really is in violation or contradicts the spirit with which this agency was established. And so I think it's really important to consider to consider the order and to consider when weighted voting is applicable.
I'd like to try to nip this item in the bud here, because we are going into the discussion that is set actually for the board. And I would like to reiterate that the council role here is to provide advice for the board to consider, and then the board can make its own decisions in lieu of or outside of council's advice. And so that would be the board's choice. I discourage you from including other counsel just for the sake of they are not a fiduciary individual to this agency. Obviously, to understand, where you want to interpret things, I get that, but they are not going to be able to provide a legal opinion for the agency. And I'll just leave it at that. And I think that we should determine the order of the agenda.
Great, thank you, Catalina. And I would concur in terms of, we have this on the agenda, right? There's been a request from multiple board members for it to be discussed. It will be discussed. It sounds like, even though it says discussion item, that if there was a motion on the table that was presented during that discussion, that there could be a vote. Is that correct?
There could be a vote to come back to do something, but no major change would be able to happen that night.
Understood. So we're all in agreement on that. I think the only question is, where in the agenda does this fall? And there seems to be a differing of opinion on that. So I don't know if
Like to make a motion.
Yeah, if we want to see a motion on that.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda as published. The draft agenda.
Okay.
Second, by Darling.
Director Darling seconded. Any substitute motions or comments on that?
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion to move the voting matters discussion up above the consent calendar discussion item.
Which is item number, what item number is that?
Consent calendar is item 5.
So it would be, we would be putting it as item number 5 on the board agenda.
Exactly.
Okay, any comments on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second on the substitute motion. We'll go to public comment on this item. I realize we haven't had public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Is that for me, Chair? No.
Yes, it is. Sorry, no, not,
No, I'll wait.
not on Zoom. In San Rafael first, and then we'll go to Zoom after. Thank you, Director.
Oh, okay, great. Hi. Thank you for bringing up the discussion about the weighted vote. I found it curious when I first read the Joint Powers Agreement regarding the weighted vote. When Solano County joined MCE, there was a discussion about the weighted vote. And what was told to the County Board of Supervisors is it's generally one man, one vote, which makes sense because when you think about it, it appears discriminatory to the ratepayers to give a jurisdiction that generates more revenue for MCE to give them more power more weight in the vote when you think about it. When you think about, remember all the lawsuits against cities and schools where there was at-large elections and then they had to district? Those districts had to be proportional, have generally the same population. That's not the case here. It's not proportional. And so sometimes I've found that agencies, they create agreements and maybe they just kind of don't think about it and they just sort of follow what's in this agreement for years and nobody really thought about why it happened. You guys need to go back in time. I think this might be unconstitutional. So with that said, I would appreciate it if staff can inform me when the technical committee was created, was that a weighted vote? What any other committee that was created by MCE, were those weighted votes? Was there any instance where a committee was created and it was not a weighted vote? And please tell me can you distinguish that between this? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. This is clearly administrative. And I agree with Director Andre, if you're having this discussion and it's not clear in the JPA agreement what is an administrative matter versus a CCA matter, you guys need to revisit and amend the agreement and make it perfectly clear. Because otherwise, you can have situations where maybe staff or certain members who have high weights, they want a particular thing to happen in their favor, and they can make it happen by having this edge of a weighted vote because they have the higher weight. It's just common sense. It doesn't seem right or equitable in any way. So I'm encouraging you, I think it's time to revisit this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments in San Rafael? Yes.
Through the chair. I
Sorry?
just want to confirm that the item that we have just wrapped up is about the agenda. It's
That's
not about-
correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's about C3. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So both the New York Court of Appeals and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit have held that the weighted voting can satisfy one person, one vote requirement as long as the votes in the legislative body are allocated proportionally and within a constitutionally permissible range of deviation from strict population equality. So what Ms. Minion was saying before about being proportional makes sense. And I think the law needs to be looked at as far as whether this is constitutional for this body in the JPA, because you have some very small jurisdictions and some very large jurisdictions, and that would appear not to be within the permissible range of deviation for strict population equality. It's almost like you have to create districts within yourselves with equal population. I'm not sure how you would deal with it. One person, one vote seems easier. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Director Nakamura's point, the item today we're just deciding on is the agenda for the next board meeting. And this will be an item at that board meeting, regardless of whether the motion or the substitute motion passes. It's just the order of operations here. All right. Any other comments in San Rafael on C3? Seeing none.
What's the substitute motion?
Sorry?
What is the substitute motion?
To make the item concerning how we do votes to make that item number 4 on the board agenda for the January board meeting. And the original motion is to approve the agenda as it is. All right, turning online, Director Painter, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I do think I would support moving this item further up on the agenda, whether before item 5. I do hear staff that perhaps another option would be to put it between items 6 and 7. But having served on this board now I think I'm entering year 4. For the first several years, we operated quite well to run the voting order based on alphabetical order by jurisdiction. I think there is a fairness and an equity there. And it did, I will say, really jar me when all of a sudden, without any discussion, the voting order changed. I wasn't aware of, emails that might have gone back and forth, but I do just want to say that I think it did work quite well for many, many years to go in order of alphabetical. I think there's an equity element there that is really important to consider, and it's something that should be further up on the agenda so that the board can understand why this is there and what the options are. And I know it's not on the agenda, but I would strongly recommend that we try to create two topics here, one of which is just simply the voting order, which was administratively decided to change without discussion, and then the larger question of what is considered administrative versus CCA. And I won't comment on that at this meeting, but I do think it's an important discussion to move up on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Director. Any other comments online?
Yeah, we have member of the public, Jody Timms.
Jody Timms, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Boy, what a long day. I'm going to just keep my comments to this particular agenda item, the board agenda, and mention that the issue of governance assessment as an individual and as representing a nonprofit that has supported MCE for a long, long time, I'm really concerned that the governance assessment is done in a way that fully engages the board. So I'm a bit concerned that the agenda shows discussion and action. My concern is that there's going to be a staff report that maybe 1 or 2 board members have had, the chair, vice chair, whatever, have had input into. We sent 350 Moran an email back in November suggesting an ad hoc committee have a thorough discussion about how the governance assessment should be approached, including the RFP process and the whole process. So I'm just raising this as a concern that I have, that the board meeting will be sort of essentially a done deal or go into such a long discussion. Action won't be able to be determined, in part because the discussion hasn't been thorough enough. So I'll leave it at that. Just those are my concerns. I think, especially given what we can see from what happened today, as a member of the public, many of us are very concerned and really want MCE to have a thorough, really unbiased review so that we can have a sense of confidence about what might need to be changed, what are best practices, how does the agency move forward. That said, I'll stop there. And thank you for everybody's hard work today. I think a lot of progress has been made, but we want to make a lot more. And the public, we really want to be sure that this assessment is done well and be embraced by those of us in the community who feel like it was done well and not rushed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments online?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right. Bringing it back, we have a substitute motion on the table. Can we have Director Andre, do you want to repeat the motion? Just so everyone knows what we're voting on first.
Sure. I am making a motion to move voting process discussion up to item number 5 on the board agenda for January 15th, 2026. So it would come between the report from the CEO and the consent calendar item.
And is that for both the discussion on how the order in which we do the votes and also the weighted voting, or?
Yes, for both. Yes, for the roll call order and also for voting methodology.
Okay.
Thanks.
Everyone understand the motion? Okay. Can we please have the roll call?
Contra Costa County.
Oh, excuse me for a second. We are going with the first motion, correct?
The substitute motion is what we vote on first. Director Andre's substitute motion.
That is correct.
Thank you. I apologize.
No worries. Thanks for the clarification.
Contra Costa County.
No.
Concord.
No.
Walnut Creek.
No.
Pinole.
No.
Mill Valley.
Yes.
Larkspur.
Yes.
Fairfax.
Gosh. Yes.
Belvedere.
Yes.
It's a tie. It does not carry. Motion does not carry.
Okay, we'll vote on the original motion. If we can please have the roll call, and this is to approve the agenda as was included in the board packet.
Give me one moment. And that was who first and who seconded?
I believe it was Director, was it Nakamura and Darlene is second?
Correct.
Okay. Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Walnut Creek,
Yes.
Pinole,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Larkspur,
No.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Belvedere.
No.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, we're here at 4:21 p.m., 2.5 hours, almost after our meeting time that we try to adhere to. There was a suggestion of having a special meeting before the next board meeting to entertain the other items on this agenda. I would ask Don, in terms of staff time and scheduling, is that something that staff would be open to next Monday at the same time at noon?
We would need, I'm so sorry, but we can't make that decision spontaneously. We'll need to look at schedules and maybe you know of a conflict.
And I would say Monday would not quite give enough time, as we need 72 hours for the packet to go out. You want, assuming you want the finance committee to be approved, and in the board packet, we need 72 hours for it to go out. So there's a chance that you're really giving staff maybe a couple hours to.
It's the same agenda packet that we had today, just minus the
The
items
staff
we've
report and the scope would be
would be
possibly
different?
different because you might alter the scope at the meeting.
Oh, I see. So the time between the XCOM, it's not the time between now and the XCOM, it's the time between the XCOM and the board.
Yeah.
I also want to flag that our Director of Policy, Sabrina Soldavini, has been sitting here for 4 hours ready to talk about the PCIA, which I think has much more pivotal impact on MCE than many of the other issues we've talked about. So I apologize to you, Sabrina, because I know you have a lot of work you need to be doing. I really want to underline the importance of this issue for board discussion. Other CCA boards are talking about this issue. We need our board to understand what's happening with the PCIA. We need our board to engage at the CPUC and have the information needed to engage. So I just, once again, want to circle back high level to encourage our board members to lead the agency by focusing on some of these big, key, pivotal decisions that are going to impact us. I'm sorry, I'll turn it back over.
I'm not sure what that comment was or who it was by, or if it was reflective of comments of our CEO or maybe something that different, but I don't know how to take that. It didn't sound like it was anyone in the meeting. Thank you, Don. And
about can I just ask, this is for Justine, if this is a continuation of this current meeting, do you still need to agendize with 72 hours? Is that necessary if it's a continuation?
So if I may, just what I heard from staff, Director Nakamura, the issue is not noticing for the next XCOM meeting. If we had a next XCOM meeting, the concern is between the XCOM meeting and the board meeting is if we make adjustments to the FinCom specifically.
Thank you.
I want to acknowledge the great work that staff is doing at MCE. the fact that we've had many long meetings talking about process items, and we've had many presenters, both external to the agency as well as staff at multiple levels of the agency who have sat through many of our meetings, and just deep appreciation for bearing with us as we work through many of these administrative and structural issues and PR issues today in terms of the fact sheet. So thank you, Sabrina, for your sticking with us. I also want to appreciate the fact that, you know, we had a very robust CEO report today. Appreciate, John, you addressing many of the challenges we've had, the dialogue we had on that. And also, you know, I wanted us to move quickly through the fact sheet, right, and corrections. And I heard from multiple board members that was not the intention of board members. They wanted to spend time on that. And I think the fact that we took the time, we got a better product at the end of the day. We did not have a united vote, but we had nearly a united vote, and it was an improvement over what we had, which was already a good start from a good draft. So appreciate everyone and the time and care and respect in which board members showed to staff and to each other in that discussion. I think it really was a worthwhile time, but it has resulted in some of these very important items coming here at the very end of a long day. I don't think we have the capacity to dive into them because they're very important. So, you know, I think the PCIA is one of the most important things that we're addressing. It's something that I've indicated to staff I want to spend more personal time on outside of board meetings to understand and get involved in advocacy on. And it's something that I think we need to spend more time as an ExCom and as a board this year. I do think we need to get through some of these first things in the first couple of months, and then we can get to that. In terms of the FinCom, I don't know, Justine and Don, if you want to make a recommendation in terms of where we have that discussion and when. There seems to be an interest in ExCom and maybe having a dedicated meeting to address that. It sounds like maybe we can't do that ahead of the next board meeting, but open to suggestions that would work for staff and capacity.
Happy to follow your lead. I'll just say that we will have to look into a number of factors before we can propose dates. Happy to do a doodle poll if that's your direction.
Okay. Turning it over to Concord members of the ExCom. Do you have any suggestions, or do you agree with Don that a doodle poll?
I agree with the doodle poll, and Max, I want to thank you for all your comments here at the end. I think I agree.
Thank you. All right, and then Sarah fell doodle poll to figure out next steps. All right. Seeing nodding heads throughout.
I just wanted to, this is Director Murphy. I just
Director
wanted
Murphy,
to
go ahead.
clarify I understand that we're not receiving a report about the PCIA today. Is that report going to now be SC6 on the board agenda for this month's board meeting?
We've already voted on the board agenda.
We did, that's why I'm asking.
I would defer to Chair Scales Preston in terms of working with staff if there's capacity at that meeting to bring it, or if that would be better suited for ExCom. If that's okay, just in the interest of time, I would leave that up to the chair and Don to determine there's space.
Thank you, Chair Perry. I'm happy to talk with Don and staff to see if we can bring that to the meeting here next week. I know we have a lot of agenda items to get through, and I definitely want to make sure we get through all of those items as well. So I will follow up with her. Otherwise, I'm happy with the doodle poll. I'm happy to meet if staff has the capacity another time this week, if that would be helpful versus a Monday. I want to make sure that, we can work through all of the things that we have on our agenda. And, making sure we have FinCom in place. So I just want to throw that out there. And then also, I just want to thank staff and thank all the directors and members of the public as well for all of the public comment, the robust discussion. I really think it was just helpful, even though it may have taken some time. I think that time was needed to have a better understanding of some of these different facts that we were going through. And I think it'll be helpful for all of the members, directors in the future as well. And I hope we can just continue to, move forward in 2026. I don't want to see any barriers. I want us to, be able to get through our government assessment. That's really important to me as well as other directors that was shared. And so I'm looking forward to that discussion next week so that we can help move our agency forward as well as our directors, and we can work together for the people, our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Also, just want to acknowledge we do have a member of the public who's a former director of MCE, Director Ackerman. So even though you didn't provide public comment, thanks for being here. All right, we'll conclude our meeting then. Thank you, everyone, for staying until this late hour.
Thank you.
Dr. Prey, do you want to continue the meeting rather than adjourn the meeting, just to give us flexibility on scheduling?
Yes, that would be great if that's the framing that makes the most sense. Thank you. We'll continue this meeting.